Okay, well, it is 8 o'clock, I'm gonna call the meeting to order and we'll stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, public discussion. Tom, you wanna go ahead? You gave us some sheets first and then we can go to whoever else.
Glad to. So I passed out to the supervisors and to the auditor, some of the same sheets that we had. County Compensation Board, we met back in November 25th, and then we presented our recommendations to you on January 2nd. Anyway, there's been some discussion about comparing to other counties. Like here saying, you know, we're paying people for 40 hours a week while they're only working 35 or 87.5%. So actually, and you've all got this, out of the 7 neighboring counties, 4 counties, same schedule as we have, 8 hours a day. Now I thought, you know, maybe that isn't true, so I checked their websites, and if anybody wants to, I've got their phone numbers, you can call the auditors, but Hancock, Palo Alto, Pocahontas, and Wright counties, same hours. So there's no difference. There's actually 24 counties in the state of Iowa that are only open for 8 hours a day. There's one that's open for 9.5. There's 4 that are open 9. And then there's the 24 that are open 8, and then there's 70 that are open 8.5. So that hasn't changed. Although, there again, I wanted to double check because this isn't the first time that stuff that's been put on the ISAC website, I call and they go, oh no, we changed that. So I did check it. There again, this does not include every employee in Kossuth County. This, you know, here in the courthouse, some people in the annex. Not sure about the jailers, the road crews, that comes out of a different budget and stuff, so that can be different. But there again, one of the things that was mentioned is did acknowledge that other counties are not like Kossuth County. And that's part of what the compensation board has been trying to present all these years. Because we're twice as big, and also because of the farmland and everything else, we're ranked 26th in taxable property in the state. Now, out of all the counties that we compared to, so the 6 northern counties, and there again, I compared to Buena Vista County, Storm Lake, Carroll, Iowa, and Carroll County, Cherokee and Cherokee County, Spencer and Clay County, Charles City and Floyd County, and Webster City and Hamilton County. Those cities actually are bigger than Algona and stuff, but yet I picked those to compare to. So anyway, Kossuth County, we have 28.5% more taxable property than those other 6 counties. And then if you compare against the 7 counties that touch Kossuth County, of which 4 only work 8 hours, or they're only open for 8. That just because they're only open for 8 hours a day, there again, that's a lot of people end up working more, you know, especially, you know, it depends on different things that are going on. So that even if you're salaried, you know, that happens. But anyway, comparing to the 7 neighboring counties, we have 79.7% more taxable valuation than those neighboring counties. So last year, you know, on April 9th, you decided to have employees pay $250 towards premiums for their family health care plans. Otherwise, $3,000 pay decrease for all employees. And then on August 6th, the decision was made to repeal the 2% raise for employees. And there again, as Roger Fisher has pointed out, and other people too, it's important to set salaries, to retain employees, and to recruit qualified and dependable employees. And that's, I guess over the years on the compensation board, that was one of the big things. Wish Scott McCann was here to talk, because he's really good at that. But about, there again, the people that deal with the different counties, the people here in the county, in these offices, they're good, and some cases above what they run into in other counties. There are instances where people and businesses in other counties actually call the courthouse here to get decision, or information on how to do different things, so which speaks well of the people that work here in the county. So again, special attention for the supervisors should be given to the sheriff's current salary of $111,000. So far, you decided on a 7% increase that you kind of put in the budget on January 2nd. That would increase his salary to $119,000. But that is less than the salary guidelines from Governor Reynolds' May 1st, 2024 letter, and also Senate File 2442, which changed the Iowa Code. And in the second pack that you have, that's basically all about the sheriff's salary. And it has in there parts of the letter that pertain to this and stuff. But there again, even to follow the guidelines that we've been given from the state of Iowa, Governor Reynolds and the legislature, the kind of a minimum raise of 10% up to $122,000, or 11% increase up to $124,000 is needed to actually kind of bring us into compliance with what the Reynolds is asking for and what the legislature asked for. Twice last year, the sheriff went to hire people. They had to pay $11,000 to their previous employer to pay for their schooling and stuff, their training. So they had to pay that back so that they could come and work here. So there again, saving a little bit and then turning around and having to pay it out. Again, I believe you have to look at tax dollars. They're an investment in all of our communities here. Kossuth County employees do create value for our communities. And voters and taxpayers alike appreciate what the Kossuth County employees do, such as things as this morning, snow removal, the emergency services that we have, like when we have a car accident or medical emergency, and also the law enforcement protection, 24 hours a day, 365 or 366 days a year. Those are very important. Just here in the last couple of weeks, out at the YMCA, some people were discussing, because somebody had left employment here at the county and went somewhere else, and they're like, why would you give up that pay and which is, there again, hopefully you guys aren't gonna go out of business. But anyway, it's a very stable environment and everything, and the benefits and stuff. And they're like, why would you go somewhere else? And I told them, I said, well, that's because they had a $3,000 pay cut last year, no raise, and $3,000 taken back. So I said, that makes a difference to people. So those are all things to consider, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to do it. And if you want to call any of the auditors and ask them, I do have their phone numbers all here, so.
Very good. Well, thanks, Tom.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you, Tom.
Anyone else for public discussion? Yes, Marla.
I would say
to follow up with Tom. The fact of, if you want.
Oh, can you
good
come up
employees-
front? I don't think everybody can see you.
Sorry.
If that's alright, I'm sorry.
Follow up with Tom. If you want good employees and good work and good representation of the county which you represent, and you want us to represent, to make you guys look good too, and our offices to look good. Yes, it's give and take, but you gotta show respect. And that's probably one of the reasons why employees leave. They don't feel the respect, the appreciation for what we do and what we go through. And a lot of times, people only see what they wanna see. They're not in the office, they don't see the behind scenes. They don't see the customers that come that might be irate, that we have to deal with. And we too, 24/7, I get phone calls, I get text messages. We work around the clock just like you guys do too. And I guess the biggest thing is, if you want respect from us and appreciation from us, it's a give and take. Now, making people pay, taking away, raise, that doesn't show a lot of respect and appreciation to us as employees. Doesn't make us feel like we're doing anything, that we're just sitting in our offices. And I guess give and take, that's like anything in life. If you want something, you have to give and take and respect each other. And it's not just jobs, it's anything. So I guess I would appreciate seeing more respect towards employees, realizing that they're trying to do a good job and wish they would get the respect that they well deserve. And that, so I guess to me that would be something to, hopefully you realize that, like I said, the public only sees what they wanna see when they come to the counter, or when you guys walk by, you only see what you wanna see. There's a lot that goes behind the scene. I've had previous co-workers said, I didn't realize how much there is entailed to this job until I started working here. She's now retired, but she went back to her first job, she went back to her previous job and asked her boss if she could have the job back, and she didn't know if she really wanted this job after seeing it, cause there is stuff, I mean, jokingly, but yet meaningful too. And she did stay on, but there's a lot behind the scenes. I'm just saying, please look beyond and not have blinders and show respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public discussion? Yeah, Trish.
I had to type something out, so
Okay.
I apologize, I need to read this.
That's alright.
Tricia Reitman, Treasurer's Office, for those who don't know me. So it's my understanding that the board is considering changes to the health insurance plan again. The proposed changes include a high deductible plan with co-payments and the current plan with co-pays incorporated to save $150,000 annually. There are currently 83 people on the family plan. The number was higher, but due to previous changes, some employees switched to the single plan, and that includes 2 of the board members. The current family plan requires employees to pay $250 a month, and the deductibles doubled since last year. With 83 people on the family plan, that amounts to $20,750 a month. And that is $249,000 annually. So that surpasses your savings goal by $99,000. And that is without the singles paying anything out of their pockets. Furthermore, with the plan changes and our deductibles being doubled last year, the new deductible would take effect July 1st. This change regarding our usual deductible reset date of January 1st, based on the calendar year, As a result, our deductibles started over mid-year, regardless of whether we had already met or exceeded our previous deductible. If the board decides to change our plan again, we would be faced with the same situation, where we would have to start over with a much higher deductible. Also, if the plan changes again, employees will have additional out-of-pocket expenses for doctor visits or emergencies. For example, who can afford $400 for a broken bone, stitches, severe pain, or difficult breathing if not admitted into the hospital? Every family dynamic is different and unique, and sometimes life throws us unexpected challenges. For example, my nephew has been living with me for the past 2 years, which has brought unplanned expenses. Sadly, his father passed away, and we received no assistance from his mother. While he is not and will not be on my insurance, I cover all of his expenses. Please consider the significant financial burden already placed on the employees. With rising cost of living and ongoing inflation, employees are already faced with considerable financial stress. If further changes are to be made, please reconsider the $250 monthly payment requirement. We have little to no time to prepare for the previous changes, and the additional costs have made it exceedingly difficult for us to manage without any corresponding salary increases to even help offset the cost. Addressing these concerns and providing financial relief to the employees will help alleviate stress on employees and foster a more motivated and stable workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, okay. Good. Come on up.
My name's Cheryl Vaughn. I'm in the treasurer's office, driver's license. Before I read what I wrote, I just want to go off of what they said. Unfortunately, I had to go to the ER a week and a half ago at 4 o'clock in the morning because I had been sick since December, the end of December. And it wasn't what I wanted to do, but my options were, I have to be at work at 8, but I can't call the clinic till 8:30, and then hope to get in by 10, maybe 2 p.m., but I really wanted to start feeling better. So my option was, go to the ER, and that's what I had to do. So I also had to type some things out, and this is more of just kind of something for you to just think about. If I could take a minute to share some thoughts with you. I have been in the driver's license department for 25 years, 22 of them this month here. I've seen many changes in my workload over the years, as well as whom and how we are helping the public. But there have also been changes to the perks made that I wanted in this job 22 years ago. Many of those perks are no longer here. List could be provided. My question to you is, and this may not be for all of you, but it definitely feels like you are determined to take any joy out of working here. Why? As employees, we are coming in here in this office every few months to defend why we deserve X, Y, Z, only to fall on deaf ears. The reply can't be the economy because, as has been stated, things were falling apart last year. Groceries, everything else was going up, and as you've heard, we've had our deductibles increase. We were told to start paying $250 a month out of our check almost immediately for family care, and we were denied a raise. And the proposed 4%, as has been discussed, still doesn't keep us where we should be. We're still behind. People are retiring, some even sooner than planned, because the stress here is not healthy. Each office deals with its own stresses, but adding on fighting for the benefits to show our worth is truly exhausting. Some will look for other jobs, and the concern will then be replacements. Well, they will need to be made. How are you going to recruit and retain employees with the work ethic needed to run a county entity? I take pride in my job, and as I've said, it's changed a lot. You don't just come in, learn how to issue a driver's license, and take strangers that may or may not speak your language on a drive test. Each office has their thing, but that's a couple of ours. I will end this with saying that not too long ago, a former supervisor stopped by and shared with us that they thought we were doing a great job here, and how thankful they were to have us, and they said they truly meant it. It did feel genuine, but the statement came a little too late. You'll see here we're missing our department heads today. They all had prior engagements this morning, but as you know, and hope you realize, the changes they were doing are costing us some really good employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda and minutes dated February 4th, 2025.
So moved.
Motion by Stecker, second by Haas. Thank you all for coming in.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. We can go ahead into the West Bend Public Library highlights. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm Lisa Riesenberg and I'm the library director in West Bend. And I sent a document to Tammy and she shared that with you about a service that we provide in West Bend. A few years ago, I noticed that some of my really good readers were not reading as much anymore. So I inquired, what's going on? And they said, well, I can't read the print anymore. And so we have large print books, but it was, you know, it's still not as easy to read. They either had cataracts or something else was going on. So a grant opportunity came up, and through this grant, we purchased some magnifiers. And I purchased a bunch of different types and styles and price ranges. And through discussions with people, I wanted to be able to offer them a library of things that they could try, and if it worked for them, then they could go out and buy it themselves to use in their home. So as I was presenting this to a group of residents at our assisted living facility, a couple of them tried a few and they bought a few. And then they, through the discussion, it's like, what else can we offer you? And one of the things our library does is adult programming during the day, but it's really hard for them to visit us. So they either don't have a driver or, you know, don't have a car. And so it's like, well, I can bring programs to you. So that is another thing that we have done through this grant and communication is about 3 or 4 times a year, I take a program to the assisted living. So they like historical topics and that's what I try to line up for them. And that's another way to offer service to our community. Another story I have about this equipment is I had a lady try different kinds, and so she started with the small stuff because she wanted to do Bible study at night while she was in her recliner, and then she tried one with there's a picture of one that's a floor lamp kind of thing, and that worked okay. Well, then she went to the biggest thing I had, and it's a you lay the document or the book on the laptop or on the top of the desk, and then this monitor is here, and then you can enlarge everything. And she told me she really liked it. And one other thing she did is her grandchildren are in Indiana, so they like to watch the games online. And so she was watching it on her little phone, so she put her phone on that thing and watched it on the screen. I never even thought about that kind of thing, but I thought, good for you. So anyway, she brought it back and she's like, well, it's a little out of my price range, which was a little disappointing to me because that's why you do this, is so that they hopefully will find something that they will use. But anyway, but it was there and it's still there if she wants to use it again. So anyway, I just wanted to share those stories of people that we are serving, and it was, you know, it's just been great. So anyway, do you have any questions for me? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are up to acknowledging the transfers made by the Kossuth County Auditor, and we have copies of those in our packet. From general basic to secondary road in the amount of $1,685.53, and from rural basic to secondary road in the amount of $13,149.63 made on February 5th. We'll let the record or minutes reflect that we acknowledge those. And then also acknowledging the lost transfer made by the Kossuth County Auditor to secondary road from rural basic in the amount of $500,000. This is local option sales tax money. And let the record reflect that we have acknowledged that as well. Okay, then discussion decision to approve liquor license for Spring Valley Golf Course. I'll need a motion. Motion by Garmin,
I'll second.
second by Wactor. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. And discussion decision ag land tax credit appeal. Need a motion for that. Does everyone understand what that is? Tammy, are you able to explain that better than?
I can have Christy come in and
Okay.
explain it, so she can explain it better than, or Brittany can. Christy does the farm, so I'll have them both come in. so
Okay,
they can tell
that'd be
you
fine, that's, that way everyone knows
what they
what's
did
going
at
on there.
house.
Good morning.
Okay, Brittany does the ag land tax credit appeal, so Howard asked, he hasn't been familiar with what those are, if you wanna explain what you do.
So, ag land is like farmland, so if it's over 10 acres, or if it's 10 acres contiguous with, other land that they own, they can have ag land. If they have less than 10 acres, then they don't qualify for ag land. And it has to be like, they have to use that land for like farming and agriculture.
And you get a tax credit
Yeah, then it's a tax.
if you have that criteria.
Yeah,
What kind of a,
Go ahead. This is in reference to their homestead or their house or just the land itself?
land, I mean, there might be a house on there, but like, there's probably like farm ground or like stuff they use for,
If it's classified as ag, then they could qualify for the ag credit.
Okay, so I'm not, I am ignorant, I guess, so is this for all land they own or any land that is ag
as long
land
as
gets
it's
a tax?
above as long as it's contiguous, 10 acres or above
Contiguous to what?
with other land to make it more than the 10
That they
acres.
own, they have to own
They
that.
have
if
to-
you have a piece of property greater than 10 acres?
Yeah, and it has to be the same owner.
So if you have 1,000 acres, it's all eligible for the ag land tax credit,
Yes.
okay?
Okay. And how do you apply for that, or how do people
Uh,
go about that, I guess? Is it through the auditor's office, or?
Well, you don't have to apply for
Oh,
it, you just
okay.
have to have it be classified as ag and then have the 10 acres or more.
Oh, okay, I see.
And a lot of it goes with family farm.
I was gonna say, the one exception to the 10
Yeah.
acres is if they qualify for family farm credit. And family farm credit, they do have to apply for. And it has to be, I did make this for you, because I know how.
And that was the next thing on the agenda here, yeah.
That it has to
Thank you.
be farmed by a family member in those categories. And again, if they don't fill out the application, they don't get the credit.
And then ag land, if they have family farm, they automatically get ag land.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, I'll be self-serving, where do you apply for this?
The assessor's office, they do the applications.
Okay,
Mhm.
alright. This one's not automatic, the other one is.
Right.
And if you're doing this one,
You get the ag land.
okay,
And you don't have to sign up every year.
No, just if the ownership changes, the new owner needs to sign up for it.
Kinda like applying for a homestead exemption.
Right,
It's just,
exactly.
it's always there, yeah.
Mhm.
so these people that are on the list, and I did look at the list, they're new or,
So the ads are, they've turned in a new application. So they all, either it was a previous owner or they've never received the family farm credit before and they filled out an application. So they're now getting it. The deletes are ones that, we do not have an application for. So it's a new owner or they bought it a year, so we usually give them a year, you know, to apply.
Okay,
But then they don't, it's removed if they don't apply. But they do have 20 days from when we send out the letter to come in and, you know, fill out the application, prove that it is a family farm.
and I realize there's a lot of parcels that might make up one piece of
Right.
ground, but, so, talking to myself, I'm not talking to anybody here, either they were, it's new land to them, or they were not aware that they could apply for it in the past, probably.
Right.
'Cause but there's no reason not to apply for it.
Right, if it's family ran, yeah.
Okay.
And there are some, you know, that were denied because they turned in an application saying that it's no longer farmed by a family member.
Okay. Thanks.
Any more questions?
Think so? Alright.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks for
ladies.
coming in.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, if everyone understands that,
Yeah, I make motion to
we have
approve.
a motion by Stecker, second by Garmin. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion is unanimous. Okay, and then we are doing the family farm application, allows or disallows.
So moved.
Need a motion, okay, motion by Stecker, second by Haas. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, discussion decision, server replacement. Should we grab Derek?
Morning.
Good morning.
Alright, so I talked to you a couple weeks ago about replacing part of our server infrastructure. What we've run into is that one of the major components of our infrastructure was purchased by another company. When that happened, they quit extending the warranty on that equipment. So normally, a product that we would get 5 to 7 years out of, we were barely able to get 3 years of warranty out of. That piece of equipment is one of the core pieces for our infrastructure, so all of our departments run off that piece of equipment. To replace that piece of equipment, we're looking at $146,000 to $150,000. If we continue to do the current structure that we're doing. What we looked at is doing a different design that will help reduce some of the cost of that. And so instead of paying for individual pieces of server equipment, we're looking at doing what's called hyper-converged infrastructure. And so over the course of 5 years, our current design costs somewhere in the neighborhood of $270,000 to $275,000. That is actually gonna increase more because of a product that we use called VMware. VMware was, again, bought by another company that's focusing on their top customers. And so the little tiny customers like us, our licensing costs have gone from $1,000 a year to $3,000, $5,000, and it just keeps ramping up because they don't really care about us as a customer. And so working with a local company or a company that's doing business with other Iowa counties, we've looked at a replacement, which is about $116,000, and that would be over 5 years. So instead of $270,000 investment, we're looking at an estimated savings of about $100,000. And I think we should go with that product. So today I'm looking for a motion to approve that and authorization for the board chair to sign that and get that into production, so we're not out of warranty, because right now that main piece of equipment is out of warranty for us, so that's what I've got for you today.
Okay.
And I've been working with Josh on this as well, so he's fully aware of kind of what we're doing with the design, trying to cut some costs on that equipment.
Yeah, we discussed it last week a little bit, that, the equipment that we have right now too isn't just gonna go away, so it's not a loss to the county, you know, that's gonna stay around because it's got, you know, data and stuff on it, it's just that it's not backed by the company anymore, so if it peters out and got nothing, then, you know, then we're kinda stuck with nothing, so, we do have to, you know, make a decision to move forward with something, and he kinda discussed the few options that we had, and what he's described to you does seem like the best possible option.
What happens if it's out of warranty versus being in warranty and something goes bad?
We're totally down, all of our buildings. So if that piece of equipment crashes,
But that's not the issue, it can crash whether it's in warranty or out of warranty, right?
correct.
And if it's in warranty, what happens versus if it's out of warranty, what happens?
So if it's out of warranty until we purchase new equipment, we're totally down. If it's in warranty, this new product is 24/7 support. The existing is next business day, 8 to 5 support. So they guarantee parts on hand the next business day. With our current design, if it was under warranty, which it is not.
So it's not, warranty's not so much the right word as support?
Support, yeah, correct, yes, support and warranty both, so, a phone number we can call, and, on that note, we're running into where all the major manufacturers are outsourcing their support to India, and so the level of support that we're getting from them has been less and less, and the old style that we currently have has been going downhill, on their support as well, so that's part of why we're looking to do this as well.
And what's our cost associated with transitioning here?
$117,000 is the motion that I'm looking for the hardware, software migration, to do that new structure.
And what's the name of the company, Jared?
Scale Computing is the name.
Scale Computing?
Yep,
Was this part of your budget?
correct, it's
You
in
had
the budget,
kinda planned for this?
correct.
Right,
Instead of buying the old sand
I remember
equipment.
us discussing it, yeah.
Yeah.
What were you talking on the long-term cost, like you said, over 5 years, is this upfront, or else is there?
Yep, so the way our current design works, it's in that 270,000 range about, because we don't know what the licensing is gonna come at. Again, that VMware product, they got bought out by a company called Broadcom, and they just keep focusing on the AT&T customer and the Verizon customer and all these major customers. So the new structure would be estimated savings of about $109,000 over 10 years, or I'm sorry, over 5 years, is what we're estimating in savings for that. So
Between the upfront costs and the support costs over?
that includes the 5-year support contract is included in that 117,000, so that's licensing, support, warranty, all of those pieces are bundled into that 117,000.
Okay.
And this is something where if we don't do it today, then we're gonna need to do it next year, or, I mean, it's just kinda like
Well-
kicking the can down the road, or is it?
No, this is two options, either we replace the sand equipment, which is what we're not under warranty now, which is $150,000, or we move to scale computing, which is $117,000.
So either way, it's getting replaced
Correct,
out of your,
either way,
yeah, that's, I was trying to
Yes.
remember what our discussions were there.
yes, it's an either or,
Okay.
option,
Okay.
so, I think fiscally, we're being more responsible by going to scale computing instead of staying with our current structure.
Sure, yep,
Did you say that was a smaller, more local company?
It is, they're based out of Ohio, all American support, there's no outsourcing to India, which these bigger companies are all going to. And again, we get 24/7 support instead of the 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
They're not a new company either, I can't remember how long, did you say?
12 years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I mean,
they've
they've
been
been
around.
doing this kinda stuff for 12 years and.
Okay. Do we have other counties, you said that they?
Yeah, Marion County for sure, ISAC for sure, and then there's a couple other counties that are also on scale and have been very happy with it.
Okay.
They've been doing demos for the last 4 years at our mid-year conference as well, so good feedback. And then, part of that is our current structure, we work with HP, VMware, and the same company as well for support, so we have to get all three of those companies on the phone when there's an issue. And there's a lot of finger pointing of, hey, it's not our problem, it's their problem, and so getting support from all three companies on the phone has been a challenge. Where this company owns all of it, so there's one number we call to get support, it's not trying to get all those three.
It's all package.
It's all package deal, so it reduces our complexity, and so it will reduce our cost as well, so try and make it easier for us.
I heard the 5-year warranty and support included, but,
Yeah, all of
and
this.
this is a stupid thing to ask because it's the same everywhere, but there's no assurance that they won't be bought out next week.
No, absolutely not, no.
But that's true, eh?
Yeah, that's what everything we're running into now, so that's not a,
It's not a point at all.
no, I hope not, I can't guarantee that.
Well, you would think that they would support the warranties out there if they're bought out, you would think, but,
Right.
I mean, that's their business, but.
Problem is when a company gets bought out, they buy them out just to get their clientele and they shut their systems down, so then the company that gets bought out really doesn't have a choice to whether they want to support it or not, so. That's just nature of the business.
No, I like that it's more American based and also cheaper price, better support.
Okay, well, we can entertain a motion in any direction there.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that
Okay.
we move forward with this.
Scale.
With scale
Yeah.
computing contract,
I'll second.
motion by Wactor, second by Stecker. Any further discussion on the motion?
Do you want the amount in there, Josh and Kyle, or you just want?
Why don't you put the amount in there, yeah?
Yeah.
At
I've got the
117,
contracts, yeah.
or Derek can get that to you.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, if not, roll call vote please.
Haas,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Nat.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Derek. You need to sign that now?
When you're done.
Okay, okay, very good.
Thank you.
Yep. Josh, roll call Douglas, please. We're up to the ADA coordinator.
Hey Doug, it's Josh up here in Boardroom. We are up to the ADA coordinator. Alright, thanks.
Today's the,
11.
today's the 11th.
That should be pretty easy to do on there. 1 and 1.
1 and 1. I can't get it backwards.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's a smaller part.
I'll do the smaller one first. How about that? Do I, oh,
Each one of
I have
us.
to sign each
Yep,
one of these?
mhm.
Oh my goodness,
I know,
alright.
right?
Better get started.
You can take the clip
I'm
off
just
if
gonna
you
get one
can,
of
makes
those
it
with your
easier.
signature, so you can just.
Yeah.
My pen doesn't wanna work. Good morning.
Good morning, Doug.
Morning, Doug.
Good morning, everyone.
We are up to the appointing an ADA coordinator.
Yeah, we had a site review for Title VI, the beginning of January. And that is put on by the Iowa Department of Transportation Civil Rights Bureau, I guess is what it's called nowadays. One thing that was brought up and one thing that has been added is that local public agencies are required to comply with the Americans with Disability Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Accessibility requirements of ADA and 504 apply to many different aspects to local public agencies, programs, services, and facilities. The ADA prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability in state and local government services, programs, and activities, regardless of whether the agency is a recipient of federal aid or not. Providing streets, sidewalks, shared use paths are considered part of the program. Therefore, all LPA projects involving these facilities are subject to requirements of the ADA. Section 504 also prohibits discrimination on the basis of a disability. However, 504 specifically applies specifically to those programs, projects, and activities that do receive federal financial assistance. This means that LPAs which receive federal aid through the Iowa Department of Transportation must comply. Part of the whole process is a transition plan. I did include some information about the ADA coordinator. There are requirements to develop a transition plan. It requires local governments, if things are identified, to bring them up to ADA compliance. We have to identify physical obstacles and get that transition plan going. So it's been brought to my attention, and I'm bringing it to the Board of Supervisors' attention. We need to appoint an ADA coordinator. And get that taken care of, and then give that ADA coordinator's name to the people at the Iowa Department of Transportation Civil Rights.
Okay, so we're needing to select an individual today then to be that person. Do you know what kind of a commitment that is, or is just?
Well, there's a transitional plan that's gonna have to be written. There's identification of not only transportation projects, but other facilities that Kossuth County would own.
Okay.
Identifying those facilities, that might be popular, it may not be popular. I know of one that you don't have to look too far from the courthouse that is not ADA compliant.
Sure, so it's identifying the structures and properties that Kossuth County has to make sure they're ADA compliant.
Correct.
Yep.
Any improvement
Right, and any improvement
that
that
is
needs to be made.
done
Yep.
on local public agencies, real estate complies with that.
Okay. Any thoughts from the board? Is this something we have to decide today, or can we wait a week and talk to, so we're not just throwing it on somebody, or?
I think Doug's a good candidate, he's
Well,
knows all about it.
I was gonna say, is that something you would do?
Well,
Be willing to do for us?
I think the county engineer has knowledge of what needs to be done, but it's just another duty that gets put on the county engineer's shoulders, and not necessarily that one employee, but the office of the Kossuth County engineer. So, I wanna make sure that the board understands that there are challenges that every employee, there are duties that increase every employee's job description. And when additional work gets placed on employees, additional challenges are placed on employees, sometimes the people that are placing those responsibilities need to make some sort of an appreciation to people for doing that work.
Well, I mean, Doug's got a good point. It is the engineer's office. The board has thrown multiple duties at that office that don't have anything to do with engineering. Not that they aren't willing to do it, but it's, I don't know that we should just continue to throw.
This does have, make no mistake.
I wasn't referring to.
We went through the city of Wesley with the resurfacing project.
Yep.
Which required us, the city of Wesley, one of us, to bring sidewalks up to ADA compatibility. Our office designed it, secondary road department constructed it.
Yep.
20 years ago, the resurfacing project went through, there was not anything done.
Right.
There was no work done for that.
Yep, times have changed in that way.
But it's not just one person. So,
Are you willing, is your office, you and your office willing to take on that added responsibility?
reluctantly.
Okay,
Maybe we should
You
take
can
some
say,
back.
you can say no, that's okay too, but,
Well, Kossuth County needs an ADA coordinator.
right.
Is this new?
Well, the laws have been around, however, the Federal Highway Administration is now, because Federal Highway touches a lot of people, whether it's states, whether it's locals, the Federal Highway with their money has been tasked with making ensuring that local public agencies are.
So,
But the Title VI has been around for a while, now all of a sudden Title VI is also asking about ADA. So that is a new hour, but it's been around for quite a while.
so the top of this instructional memorandum, it says Iowa DOT. And so it's coming through the federal program and the Iowa DOT, and your office is certainly the contact point of the county with the Iowa DOT.
Right.
So I don't know what talking about it for a week or two is gonna do as far as where we're gonna end up. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we're gonna end up at the, so, I mean, I don't care if we wanna think about it for a week or two, that's fine, but.
No, we certainly don't have to.
It seems like this is where we're headed. I appreciate that it's more work, it's more responsibilities. The thought that came to my mind is that this had, I'm sure that if you went to the first thought that came to my mind, because my wife works in a nursing home, is they get loads of stuff that's thrown on them, that they have to comply with, they didn't have to comply with 20 years ago. But I'm sure it's true at the hospital, I'm sure it's true at the clinic, I'm sure it's true at any of 100 different places. That doesn't help you one bit as far as the additional load, I appreciate that, but, anyway, that's it, that's all I have to say. It seems obvious to me that the engineer's office is gonna be the contact point, and I'll make a motion to that effect.
Okay,
I'll second.
Motion by Haas, and do you have a second, was that Amber, did you second?
Yeah.
Garmin,
Mhm.
But I'm perfectly willing to wait,
alright, we have a motion and a second on the floor, any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I have a question. What are the specific roles of the coordinator? Cause you said your, office had already handled some of those improvements, the design, all that aspect of it. Just the coordinator role, is it kind of receiving phone calls and communicating that type of stuff?
The motion does outline a little bit, but
I've seen that
Okay,
before. I
okay.
think that,
Well, it is to ensure that Kossuth County complies with those acts, so you do need to know the, the acts and the law, so you do need to know what's going on there. You do have to have a transitional plan. Local public agencies are required to operate their services, programs, or activities so they are readily accessible to and usable by individuals with disabilities. If facilities other than curb ramps are found not to be in compliance, those facilities need to be included in a transition plan. Part of the transition plan is identifying physical obstacles. We're gonna have to get this plan we need to make an identification of what we have that is not compliant, and then we need to come up with a strategy to make those compliant. So there is additional work, other than designing transportation issues that are ADA non-compliant, or improving those.
So if, this passes and you are, appointed, basically you will, I don't mean basically, but in a nutshell, you're going to make sure that we are in compliance with everything that we need to be, and you're stating that your staff may take on, some role as being a part of that to help that get completed.
Correct.
Yes.
In this motion, which I assume you drew up,
I did, yes.
does it have to be an individual, or can it be the office?
They do need a coordinator, they need an individual.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, do roll call vote please.
Haas,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
I'll abstain.
Wactor,
Pass.
Nath,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Okay, thank you Doug.
You're welcome.
Construction for the right of way.
There's no request for construction within the road right away.
Okay, then we can move on to discussion.
FEMA, we do have a new program delivery manager, so, we are, continue to work, but we have a little bit of communication, some new communication to go through. Laverne position, we've offered and verbally accepted. The person verbally accepted, we're getting document out in the mail today, to get everything in writing.
Just in time for snow.
Pardon me?
Just in time for snow.
By the time this person starts, he may not, there may not be snow, so we'll
No,
see what happens. We're advertising for a position at the transfer station, the engineer's office, where you have a vacancy, and we are working on advertising for that. We are requesting quotes for gravel crushing, I think that's March, asking them to be turned in March 3rd, Monday, so if we can review those quotes and get our gravel crushing lined up on March 4th. And we have that Kossuth County self-insurance at 11 with the new call machine.
Okay. Anything else for Doug? Yep, that's, yeah, we can take a break, that's fine. Yeah, anything else for us? Okay. Otherwise, we'll see you at 11.
Okay, very good.
Alright,
Thanks,
thanks
Doug.
Doug.
You bet.
Alrighty, we're gonna take a quick break in the restroom and we'll be back at 9:10. How about that?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Kyle, nice to see you again.
Hi.
How's that?
Baby's good.
Keeping you awake at night?
Yeah, it did last night, yeah. Yeah.
I
But
bet growing.
some nights, you know, he's not too bad of a sleeper, but last night wasn't.
Yeah, I bet growing already.
Growing, yep. Doing well though.
That's good to hear. Did you get your baby packet from your library?
How much do they know about
Your local library baby packet?
No, I didn't.
Supervisors on the end, probably.
I need to do that.
a lot,
I need to do that.
but, Carter, Josh, and I would have been in our own.
When was that?
So,
Okay.
I'm probably the most up to speed.
Hi, you're Carter?
Yeah, Carter.
I'm Gertrude.
Okay, Marissa, nice to meet you. I brought this draft too. I don't,
Oh, for sure.
so this is like a draft agreement that we can tear apart, start over, or whatever.
We're not, the county
Did
commissioner.
that-
Does it
Oh,
have any name?
Oh, Fairwell County, yeah.
We read that, but then my attorney reviewed it. And I can send the electronic version, and, so then you can send it to your attorney, or whatever.
Okay.
So it's just a starting point.
No, that's perfect.
Did you have a snazzy
Cause that was one of the things we talked about.
Next time I'm going to require a snazzy change.
Just a draft.
Okay, okay.
To try to keep that.
So it's been in business, you've had it going for a couple of years now? A year, okay.
You just got it.
Is it getting
All
shut down
of
quite a
them
bit?
are-
Or-
Congratulations.
This person makes it for free.
They
It's
could
like a book.
congratulations.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, true that.
Wait 2 years. What did you do prior?
I retired for 1 year after being county assessment.
Oh,
County
okay.
that I,
Okay.
yeah,
Or
you're
Fairwell
so
County?
just say try it and see for 7 years that I worked for the county. And it's just different
Gotcha.
kinds of
So you're
magazines.
somewhat familiar with how
Yeah,
things
like
go
books
there.
or newspapers or, yeah, okay.
So, and those you can just.
No, I
How old
appreciate
was
you.
your person that came up with that
Yeah,
point?
yeah, no, that's,
Almost 80.
I mean,
Good for her.
extra
Yeah.
second.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
I know, she was.
But-
Thank you for the information.
Cause I saw you
I
had
was impressed.
$25,000.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Like some kind of, yeah, notice things, so that
Yeah.
things aren't getting done without you guys
So
knowing ahead
what-
of time.
Our policy is anything over 50,000.
Okay.
Just food for thought, anything over 50,000, we have to have a public hearing for, so we could coordinate it with
Yeah.
that, we could do whatever, I mean. The only challenge, and I'll say this again when we get back, the only challenge to having separate thresholds for all these things is that the person
Remembering.
doing the repair has to remember that we have a separate threshold. If it's all the same, then it's just gonna
Do
stand.
you guys have like statutes that make, or that require, where it requires you to have multiple bids, things like that?
Yeah, so anything over 50,000, which they increased the limit for the competitive bid threshold, now I'm gonna say it's 100,000.
For years.
Requiring an engineer.
For 36 years.
Our requirement is lower than that internally.
Right.
So anything over 50,000 is required competitive bids as well. So that's correlated with public hearings. You're gonna have a public hearing, you're gonna have to have something to say, okay, this is the work we're doing.
Several people
Here's some
mentioned
costs
their
and,
discussions.
I mean,
and
you're not gonna have a whole lot to talk about if you don't have prices, cause that's what everybody's
compensation
gonna
and
ask.
benefits.
And you guys don't have internal, so like,
And then
Marge, she
have
does.
not really been watching, so I reviewed what
Right behind,
that's online.
Kind of.
yeah.
I
But like
felt
she does,
that
like for us, I mean,
not all of the
we survey, we
Yeah.
design,
information.
We don't do that.
we put
Last
cost
week.
Okay,
estimates.
you actually have it
You
here.
know, there was.
Yeah. Yep,
Oh, okay.
Talk about the.
so.
They do a lot of televising and stuff too, that was,
Yeah.
In-house.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that was some of the stuff that
Nothing to do with
we
what.
worked off of in the
what's going
beginning
on.
was.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
So that's why I
Actual
basically
knowledge of the
came
condition
into.
out there, I mean, we knew it was bad for sure, but.
Again,
So that,
Yeah.
that's why we pushed that.
compensation,
So our
because
open
all
bid law
we deal
right
with
now is
are the 6
175
elected officials.
Right.
We
Okay.
don't determine anything else.
Well,
Right.
yeah, and
But we have
Getting into the
resources to get costs
so
and
prior
presentations,
to
office.
landowners.
last year would have been the first
That
year
has a
that we
long
could go above
history, way
$50,000.
And
So, really, we're just
So
kind
they're only
of,
open from 8 to 4.
I wanna say it's 207 now,
So
right?
you're open for 8 hours.
It's somewhere just over
and you go
200,
to lunch.
but
right.
last year it
So-
was
so that's where
170
that-
I didn't know
something,
if they were
think.
open to
And that's
help
when they
come
tied it
for,
with the competitive.
because a long time ago, the courthouse, the
So
court,
it's
would
correlated
close
with
at
that, and they
certain
update that every
but
year,
then
so
they
now
have to
our
public,
numbers
but then they
change
keep
every year.
Yes, so now the county clerks, some of the.
But prior to that, it was just
They have
whatever
different,
facility
sort of
was
like upstairs,
active,
and
I
I think they
seldom
close
the
from
drainage
noon
was
to 1,
actually done.
and they
So,
might
and
go
it was
later.
at- I think it was at
So,
10,000 for a while, and I
that-
think it went
I
to
think
15 or
at one
20,
time, I
and
think the county.
30
the courthouse
maybe, and
was
then
actually open
50,
Saturday
but
morning.
that was also.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and that's kind
I
of where.
should check
Yes.
ours to make sure ours is.
Wait, then before I, who knows?
Right.
But that's where, you know, so they're 8 to 4 during the.
Ours
week,
was
and
lower
they
than
had
that. It was
some
100,000,
and
and they
then
upped it to
that got
175.
dropped, and-
Okay.
and then-
Hi, Bailey.
Hi, how are you?
So is yours
I
just
I wasn't
regular
prepared
adjustment
for it.
to the tide
You
or
know,
something
8 to
else?
He's
4.
Mr.
And they're
Independent.
again, not the only.
Municipal contractors.
Congrats, by the way, I forgot that, I saw it on Facebook, I was like, I feel like it just said to you, it seems to have some, you know, your time's coming, or whatever, and I was like, what? Yeah, I bet everything's
Like I
going
said, I'm
to
open to
every
sure for the children.
You do.
Some of those.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, yeah, we are.
No, it's like I said, out in the wild.
Is this-
When is it?
Good in the house, so the ditch has.
Yeah, well, a little rare these days, but- Yes, it is. Although some of those are coming back, but not ours. My son.
But I used to read it for
It's so funny, listen, like, I don't know if you can, you know, one of the, or September, out of the doctor. December, January.
No, up north, above Blue.
But like I said,
So you got
the numbers,
Winnebago and.
freak out,
Sure.
what is happening, so.
How much, 3 miles from north. So that would be
I know that the result.
Yeah, you know, like here, these are all below. The attorney, he's part-time, so you can kind of disregard him.
I noticed that.
I won't remember Kurt probably over your last
It was
year.
Jake.
And then ask employee,
I'd always
Yeah, that
been,
would be
not a
tough.
lot. If I
That's the coincidence, Deb passed me
the
very
only reason I
quickly.
got
Yeah,
this
so much for,
family
she's in the phase of.
I
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
like the survey.
it goes way back,
Last
so you're my
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think that winter,
The board decided, well, they wanted some new eyes.
I believe, the initial roommate, came to town.
So I wasn't, we were social,
Yeah.
but I went, not knowing any better. So I asked, well, treasurer's
Right
office.
after they might
That's
have
what-
cells.
Yeah.
Oh, this one they tell everybody, you gotta be good, you know you have to be good.
It's so hard, it's like, I'm listening to
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So each,
Yeah, if you're wrong about
Each of those, yes.
Oh, very good.
yeah.
They have a house, said Mary, the time goes by.
And really, this year,
We got very good.
like this year now,
I would have guessed maybe we got very first, it's not important anything.
they could have said no.
Water down.
40-11.
Well,
And we'll-
not really, what they did
Please do.
also, before this, they were limited,
I don't know how lucky or not, I think half the city basically.
they were limited on how they could, like,
They go like miles down, there aren't,
now this year,
there aren't,
they can go many offices rural down.
places that in my district have city or subdivision, outside.
So anyway,
So I
it was
was
interesting.
So, it's kind of a fix it deal, but anyway.
Okay, so do you want me to wait or should I?
Just to review.
It probably hurts.
Okay, nice to meet you. Tammy?
Hi, Tammy.
Gertrude
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for coming this morning.
How's the
And-
drive down?
You know what was fun? You know what, we live in Minnesota, Iowa.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Gertrude.
Gertrude. I'm sorry, I'd like to introduce you to Marge Morgan, she's our drainage deputy. Oh, so.
Marge?
Nice to meet you.
They were like.
Marissa,
Thank you.
You're good.
I'm really good at killing trees, sorry.
That happens.
In more ways than one, printing stuff, cutting stuff.
Okay.
Do you have agreement? There should, did you take?
Gotcha, so.
I have put one back, so I have,
For office manager.
Did you?
two,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
otherwise you can,
I will,
we
I
can
will,
get, we can get
I
some more
can email
copies.
you
Yeah.
a copy
I
of
can,
the
I can do a
agreement,
copy,
the
make a
draft.
copy real quick.
Yeah, if you
So
could.
then you have the
that'd be great.
electronic forms too. Marissa, you're Marge?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Here, you can share, do you have copies, Mara?
Just the picture.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
Somebody
yeah.
asked me.
Yeah.
From Minnesota?
I'm from Minnesota.
Do
we still haven't like gotten access, so people tell me that.
I know, me too, and I can't figure it out.
Anytime I go places, they're like, are you from Minnesota?
Yeah.
One time I got caught, somebody asked me if I was from Canada, I'm like,
Oh,
oh, can I ask you
Well,
that?
that's not what it is here too.
Yeah.
But I have no idea, would you think that's
Okay.
close, or anybody know?
I don't really honestly know.
So you
I
drive
don't
in
know
Iowa?
for sure, but like,
You women supervisors
Story
went on-
County is a board of 3 and
I,
they're all
I didn't wanna
women.
leave my mom and dad, so.
Yeah.
The Hancock is just right,
Yeah.
but the other two are good.
Hancock only has
Hancock has 3 supervisors.
Yeah, I just.
And you survived.
Well, somebody besides my wife
My
asked me
husband
that
tells me
question.
everything's better in
Yes,
Iowa.
if,
He's from,
I said, I sat
Nashville,
down next
like
to him.
northeast Iowa, and so
I
my
sat
in-laws
down.
all live in Iowa.
Okay.
Yeah.
We sat at a table.
Yeah.
It was,
So you
Lee
drive
County.
yours south, I drive mine
Yeah.
Sandy
north.
Long,
Oh, yes,
Humboldt.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
She's 1 out of 5 there too.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you're probably not too far off
Yeah.
statewide.
No, you're
The
probably
rivers
right.
don't
well,
pay attention, or the.
has no bearing on what we're doing today.
No, they don't, no.
Interesting side note.
That's how I hear.
It should bring.
Now, okay.
I don't know if Marissa, if,
So, like,
if you guys have it already, I don't know if Marissa.
Somewhere in here, I've got a
Oh, I know they
message
just
that shows
copy
great,
sheet.
well, it's kind of north central Iowa, we have drainage, you know. I've
Yeah,
got
we
out
can
this
share,
my
so if
daughter
Marissa just
down
a
in
copy to look at.
I don't know if she has one, so
They
yeah.
don't have drainage. you know, they go out to plow in a cable, they just go cross country.
Oh, I think it doesn't matter, it can be for you. I'll just loosely talk about things, I don't,
I think we are ready though.
you're ready? Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
I feel like, I don't know where you want me to stand, I feel like I can't see you guys.
If you want to stay at the podium, you can always move it back too if it's more comfortable or
Okay.
whatever.
Alright, I'm Marissa Lohr, I'm from Fairhope County, the drainage manager, and then I have Commissioner Paschke with me today. She just got elected and represents the district, that we're gonna talk about, but, so our County Ditch 41 is an outlet for your guys' drainage district 129, and we've been talking about a tile issue for a while. And so we just wanted to come, one, to put some, faces to names and meet you all, and then just talk about where we're at and what your guys' thoughts are going forward. The tile line is, lateral 162, that is the outlet for Drainage District 129, and back a few years ago, we had come up with an agreement on the open ditch at County Ditch 41, and I think, I wasn't really involved in that process, during that time, and so, great thought to get this agreement, but the agreement only covers the open ditch, and the open ditch is the outlet to a few other drainage systems. I'm not gonna remember the number though, 136? Does that ring a bell, Kyle? It's a little bit further. 135, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the open ditch, there was the agreement done, well, this tile line, this lateral 162, is really a lot larger to be able to handle all of Drainage District 129's water. So the tile portion is just missing from the open ditch agreement. I think Kyle and I talked about it a little bit, like if you guys want changes to it, we're totally open to that. Right now, it's 35% of the cost of the open ditch maintenance, Kossuth County pays. So those things can be talked about. But what I would really like is to figure out what we're gonna do with this lateral 162 and the Drainage District 129, and some kind of cost, and maintenance agreement, so that you guys are getting notified if anything happens, or if you guys have concerns, there's a trigger for you guys for your drainage district to have a say in what happens as well. And so I did put a draft of an agreement. This is just something that's a starting point. We're open to any and all changes. It was just something to get something on paper to start a conversation. So I did hand that out. I'll make sure I email electronic copy to Marge. So you guys have an electronic copy that you can send to your attorney, or make changes on, or propose changes to. It is just a starting point. I know Kyle has already made a couple good comments, like I think we had a $25,000 trigger for notifying.
Yep.
If work's gonna be done or gets to be 25,000, he said you guys generally do 50,000, we can make any of those changes. We did talk about originally a reclassification process to determine who pays what. I think Bolton and Mink did some of that work.
They already have that done.
And have that done, and I think the watershed acres percentage is in the agreement.
It is.
So any of those things can change, and I think that the acre percentages and the reclassification percentages are pretty close. I'm pretty sure they're only a couple percent
Cost wise,
off.
they could probably be a little ways off, but, I mean, either way, that's something we can discuss, but
Yeah,
one of the things in that nature, like when we have joint drains with our neighboring counties and stuff, with it all being Iowa law, they're following the same, of course, same state law that we are, so that is all, to some degree, it's based off the classification schedule. If they incur expenses for something on their side, it's kind of commingled, and the total expenses are divvied out amongst the total district in that regard. So if we match that, we would be, similar, I guess, we can put a percentage on it by acres, we can do whatever, but.
so I think the reclassification didn't it come out to be like 86% Iowa, 14% Minnesota, or 84, and
16?
I'd have to touch base with Tyler on the
Okay.
numbers, and I think,
I don't think I ever
So-
saw the final product.
82.
if I remember right, I think if we were just talking the repairs in Minnesota, it would have been close to this, but if you talk the project as a whole, or the district as a whole, I think it does change, and, I mean, just to be blunt, Minnesota's portion goes down. If you look at the district as a whole, and that's just, I mean, our system is built to quantify benefit pretty much strictly based on numbers, so I think it's pretty fair in that regard. And that's what all of our other districts operate off of, so.
Yep.
I
And
think, yeah,
If that's what you guys prefer, I mean, we can be open to that, it could be a starting point and we can change those percentages too, it's just, like Kyle had mentioned, sometimes it's easier so that the person that has to manage and make sure all these things happen, like Marge, if the concept's the same, then it's easier to apply it, and that's totally fine too. We did talk about a couple alternatives or some maps. The tile right now doesn't have any cover, or has it, through this one low basin, there's not a lot of cover. The outlet is high in the open ditch, meaning that there is room to lower the outlet in the ditch to gain cover upstream and make a better outlet. We talked about an alternative path, which would also eliminate going through that low basin and give us more cover. It'd be a straighter shot, so a little less linear feet of pipe. The one thing about the alternative outlet is just, at some point, we would have to deal with the west. There's a little area to the west that's drained
west, yep.
through a branch off of lateral 162, so plus 20, I think, or something that's named, but we'd have to deal with that at some point. But if we did the alternative route, it gives us more cover, and then also it could help increase drainage, meaning separating the two systems, giving them two separate outlets, could increase the drainage for the landowners. One thing we talked about in our previous meetings is just Minnesota drainage law has a lot of environmental components to it, and some things that maybe you guys aren't used to having to deal with, but happens to us regularly. And so sticking to a repair for Minnesota is important in that aspect, because it kind of, I'm not gonna say eliminates the environmental scrutiny of it, but it limits it significantly. If we do an improvement where we're purposely moving more water, then it definitely will get scrutinized. The DNR has the right to review the projects, and those projects generally end up in the hands of some significant environmental groups that have been are weighing in on drainage projects regularly around the state, and the Minnesota River Basin is one of their key targets. And the Blue Earth River Basin is one of the main contributors to nitrates and phosphorus into the Minnesota, so we're kind of, the Greater River Basin's like a heart, looks like a heart, and we're kind of the red heart in that thing, and so we get more attention that way. And so that's why we kind of talked about this, dividing it off. We can go next readily available size, which would increase the pipe to a 36-inch pipe, and then it comes across the road at a 30-inch, so some of those things would help. The depth would help Drainage District 129 be able to have a better outlet, potentially move more water, and I know those are some things that are important to Drainage District 129. We're trying to balance like having that outlet for you guys, but also like not telling our landowners, well, we're just gonna take as much water from Iowa as they wanna give us, so we're trying to balance those things too. But we just wanted to kind of touch base. Commissioner Paschke wanted to meet you guys all, and I've been talking to Kyle, but I haven't met the rest of you, so
Yeah.
It's nice to meet everyone. I don't know if you guys have questions. Again, you can read over the agreement, we can make any changes. I know we have set up a couple commissioners in my county that could negotiate out the terms of this agreement if we wanted to set up some meetings to do that. That's something we could be open to. there's changes in the project, if you guys wanna have informational meetings, or if you want whatever, I guess whatever step we need to take forward, if this isn't a priority for you this year, that's totally fine too. Just,
And I think it should be a priority moving forward, but I do think kind of our timing now is probably pretty good with the last project we had bid, we had really good prices, significantly below the engineer's estimate. So I think if we can start moving forward on, plans for construction, I think that would be positive. One thing, and I think Tyler will probably stop up here on his, if he can, but, one thing we should talk about, I think the draft is a good start, definitely wanna review this a little quicker, and like you did say, I commented on a couple things, I think if we correlate those things with our existing procedure and law, that'll make it smoother for everybody implementing stuff. But at the same token, one of those things to probably discuss is the like actual construction aspects of this, like if we move forward with building a project, would you bid out your project and stuff through your own process and then we build ours separately and kind of correlate those, or do we need to build yours first and then do something on our side after that's completed, or I mean some of the mechanics of that maybe, or if there, I don't know if there's any difference with your environmentalist groups or any of that, if they might not even know that we're doing anything on this side, but
right. Well, if we, I know you guys have used concrete pipe mainly, I know Kyle, you had said that you did a plastic.
A lot, the last couple projects have been plastic.
We generally always use dual wall plastic, non-perforated pipe on our, tile replacements. We require bedding, so, either has to be spooned in with bedding over top, or if you cut it square bottom, then it has to be packed around all the sides. I prefer rock, but we will allow packed sand, granular material. We require televising after it's done before we'll accept it. We can open bid it and have an engineer, see through construction. I did share with Kyle, we tend to, push our $175,000 limit to the dollar. We do have internal drainage staff, so I'm the manager, I also have a project manager and an inspector under me, and so we do we have full survey equipment. We stake, we do construction admin, and we work with contractors regularly, so we're used to doing that work. The reason we do it like that is then we save on the engineering, but I'm open to engineering too, it's not a big deal. We've been working, I don't know if I'll say loosely, but Bolton and Mink on the Minnesota side's been involved as well a little bit, and so they could see through the project. I know we have another tile line that's failing on County Ditch 41 that is my priority. It's a higher priority than lateral 162 for me because it provides drainage to the city of Elmore. So when people's houses and basements get involved, things, you know, the liability goes up and the ante goes up a little bit. So that is my priority, meaning I can only spend $175,000 a year. So if we did this project, it, you know, whatever the terms may be, we're more than happy to do it whichever way we decide. One thought comes to mind, if we did it as one project and we paid our portions directly to contractors, that can help us stay under 175 for us. Or if we want to, and that doesn't mean we can't have Tyler involved and engineer involved, or if we want to open bid it complete with Bolton and Mink, we can do that too.
If we did it all as a project on the Iowa side and included the construction that would be in Minnesota in our project, would that help you as far as your costs and thresholds if you're just paying Kossuth County?
Yeah, it could. Again, like the bedding, so the bedding requirements and stuff that we do, I would want them.
Oh, yeah, we would have probably fairly similar specs, I mean, you could look at the
Okay,
stuff we've done for the last couple projects, and obviously communicate with Tyler for stuff going forward. And hopefully he pops in here soon, so we could have that chat now too, but, I would imagine those specs are probably pretty similar, or
okay.
close
Yeah.
enough that any discussion is open.
The televising thing is, you know, you don't look, you don't know type of thing, and so we've
Yep.
lived and learned.
We have required that as well.
Yeah, where we end up with deflected pipe, and you know, sometimes it can get like figure 8, and then your plastic doesn't have longevity and the life expectancy that we want, and so, we've done a lot of trials, but I'm firmly a believer in bedding now. We've done it a whole bunch of different ways, and we've televised, and so I'm sold on the bedding, sold on the televising, portion of it, but, and then also we use inserted tees for connections, but those things can be talked about. So I think we're open, I'm open to whichever way. One thought was if I'm gonna open bid lateral 162 in Minnesota, then I would just I could throw lateral 15 in with it, or I could open bid just that one and build lateral 150, or build lateral 15 on my own. I don't know, I think there's any way you wanna skin the cat, we can do it.
Are your thresholds for like the ditch as a whole, or for each tile system?
Ditch as a whole. I mean, well, they say contract, so if I separate the projects, there's a chance I can skirt under the radar, but I don't know how many chances I wanna take
Okay.
either,
Yeah.
so.
Well, is that something you would expect the other one by Elmore, is that something you'd expect to bid and pay for this calendar year?
Like I said, last year we had, so the tile's full of dirt, and so last year we had some major water issues
Yep.
involving people's basements and the streets, like 169 was, drains to that, and so I plan to have the hearing March 4th, and I plan to bid it and have the board approval in April, and I plan to build it as soon as the contractor tells me they're ready.
Okay.
So, I think, I have a lot of hungry contractors right now, we've seen really good bid numbers too, so I would assume I'm gonna build that in July. I know it's already February, so,
Yep.
hopefully people's schedules aren't filling up, but from what I've heard, I think I'll be able to build it. So,
Okay.
I plan on building that one this year for sure.
So one of the things we did with the, morning, Tyler.
And there's
Hey,
time.
Tyler.
The other Minnesota project we had would have been drained 60 sub 1, we had a private agreement with that landowner, which landowner would be a little different than the county here, but, we had costs that were kind of determined, or expected costs that were determined prior to construction with a pre-classification, and then we used that to basically project into the future of what their cost would be, and then at the end of the project, they paid the same time our landowners on Iowa paid. So if we did that, we'd be talking an assessment next year. So if that spreads
that
out,
could work.
I mean, there's obviously interest associated with the time, but if it helps your flexibility, I mean, that might be a possibility too, if we're kind of managing and handling that aspect of it.
Yeah, open to that.
Okay.
What contractors do you guys have, like a pool of contractors that you normally see bid your
Yeah, I
projects
mean,
and?
Tyler could share a list of like the ones that bid on the last projects, or the ones they send stuff out to, but yeah, we have probably
Like 3 or 4 dozen that it goes out to,
yeah,
that we routinely either see bids from or work with. Not all extremely close, but it's always just
they're not all that.
Different.
I'd
like
say
to get that amount out. I mean, there's a dozen that are immediate in the area that we see bids from.
yeah, I'd say
on almost every job.
typically we see 5 to 10 that actually bid on stuff. Sometimes, I think there's been a couple, we might have had more than 10, but usually we have a pretty decent pool of bids to choose from.
We just have everyone's contact information, it's just all in a spreadsheet.
Yep.
I can get you that as soon as I get back to the office.
Okay,
Yep.
would you be open to any, people from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
a couple of local
absolutely.
guys that
Yeah,
might be interested,
I mean,
no idea.
the ones that you typically deal with or you'd recommend, we could obviously send out the same stuff to them.
Yeah, and I can coordinate with Derek as well on any sort of contact information with contractors. I'm all for whatever in the best interest, project-wise and financially for the district and the county.
Yeah.
And I would imagine if you guys got contractors up there that are local, they would probably throw competitive bids at it, I would imagine, so, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, but I feel like there's 3 main guys that are usually my lows.
Well,
Just
I'd say
depends on
probably
which
have
one gets them.
5 that could go plus or minus either way, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm totally open to it, just here to start a conversation and see how you guys feel about it. What our next steps are.
I had written down in the notes, $463,000 for a estimate in cost for both counties. You know, obviously
Well,
divided out, but
That might be just, well,
For plastic?
that seems high for just the Minnesota side.
no, for both sides.
Oh, no, no way.
Well, so what am I? Total estimated cost divided out between counties for plastic tile.
It's on that sheet.
Did you,
Oh, was that on that sheet too?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I might have, I know our cost estimate was less than
what was that?
Oh, yeah, there's the number right there. Yep.
So that's gotta be just for Minnesota side, cause that's primarily 36 and 30 inch. So
You're saying Minnesota side as in that portion of
of the tile system.
just the repair of that portion of the tile system?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right then.
That I could understand, yeah.
Says county ditch number 41 lat 162.
But then you're gonna hit your 175 pretty quick
well,
based off that.
Is it over that dollar figure, is it just that you have to have competitive bids then?
yeah,
Okay, which if we go through that process anyway, you'd be
yeah.
checking that box.
So we had. What did I have? We were at like 315 on our,
I would bet these numbers are probably higher than what we would get, especially seeing our last couple bids.
and 315 was following the old alignment, so we'd be under
Oh,
that.
and it'd be shorter distance then, yep.
We included, both branches, the
Okay.
West Main lat 162 plus 20 and lat 162 in
In-
their cost estimate originally.
Okay,
So,
that would explain
but-
something too.
And the engineering numbers are great, it gives us a fail-safe, but they're usually significantly under.
Yeah,
But yeah, we're probably gonna be, to be under 175 would have to, it would be very, it would be very, very close if we could do it. So most likely we'd have to probably open bid no matter what, unless we go the other route where we just pay you guys out afterwards. Whatever.
Okay.
you want.
which if you did that, we would have it open bid anyway, so
Mhm.
that would kinda meet your requirements too.
Yep, sure.
We don't have any decision that needs to be made today then? This is just a
Not,
starting point for
yeah,
discussion?
not per
Right.
se,
Okay.
you guys have any other questions or thoughts on how we proceed with discussions about the agreement or anything?
You know, what attorney would look at it? Our drainage
Hudson,
attorney?
Yeah. Yep, and me and Tyler can look at it too, I skimmed through this quick and we can get you a copy too, Tyler, but they brought a draft agreement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll send an electronic
Yep,
version to you guys.
Yep.
So is there any significance to, if you take the more direct route and go outside the drainage district? Does that create problems of any sort?
I think it's doable, the one nice part about it is we gain more cover, cause there's like a.
No, I'm not questioning,
Oh.
I'm questioning the legality side.
Oh.
So is another drainage district you're crossing across? You're going to cross with a direct route?
No, it's all 41.
So I'm under the impression that this red line is the.
Oh, got ya.
and I'm under the impression
Subwatershed,
When you get into here, is that a problem?
got ya. So, he's saying like the subwatershed line of
Yeah.
lat 162, if we took the direct route, then we'd be crossing that watershed
Close to
line.
187.
So essentially, I think what happens is this person ends up, would end up having to pay, they'll end up having to be brought into the classification process.
It's, and I can look too, it's, if we change alignment, what it's ultimately going to do.
So he's saying how we're like,
I'm not saying, I'm asking.
Right, yeah, right.
like if we cut this, you know, the subwatershed line's here.
It
So what does
changes,
that mean? Yeah.
right. Their benefit on this changes, but it's because since this section doesn't exist any longer, it's
Just
really
swaps
more
out.
of an alteration of benefit, not a complete removal or adding of. And the good news is that this is the watershed as it pertains to this tile, but for the whole drain and ditch system, those grounds are all already included. So it's right, so it's an alteration, but it's not an overall change or inclusion or exclusion, is how I would say it, and as such, we're not gonna be getting into any sort of real trouble.
Yeah, no legal.
Right,
You're still within the
the
same
and the
watershed.
answer to that is no, it's not going to be a problem legally or.
That's fine. That's what I was looking for.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess I think if we can have the conversation keep rolling and build off this draft agreement and get construction moving this summer or even this fall, yeah, I think that would be good.
Do you guys pay crop damages on projects?
We do.
Okay,
Yeah, you guys do as well. I'm
yeah.
sure.
Do you do any, do you require a contractor to take the black off, then install, then put the black back? Do you do any kind of, I call them soil damages, I don't think they call them that, I think they call them temporary damages, but that, just in the sense that there's gonna be a reduction of productivity.
We do, what I have recommended is the immediate damage, everything that was run down, disturbed, in construction. And then, for a.
Paid at 100%.
Paid at 100%, and then a defined area over top of the trench where that stripping and mixing has occurred. That's accounts for another loss of crop there, figuring that you've got a 50% reduction the first year, 30% the next,
Yeah.
20, and then you're pretty well back off to the.
So it's like 2 years cash rent,
Exactly.
that's exactly like us. Yeah,
So,
okay.
yep, that'd probably be pretty similar.
Well, if you guys wanna review the agreement, if you have changes, we can start talking about those. I can just wait until I hear from you guys. I'll send it electronically this morning when I get back, so you have that, so it's easier to send and edit and change. And then once we hear from you guys, if you want, like I said, I do have a subcommittee, if there's some kind of negotiations that need to take place, I have 2 commissioners that can do that, that we can get the agreement in place and then be able to, maybe some construction things that might shoot you a couple
Yep,
questions.
yeah, for sure.
Can send this to Hudson then, and
Yeah, I mean, how do you guys wanna proceed with this? Do you want us to do, like, obviously in my district, I'd be happy to help facilitate a lot of this, but if we want another one to join in, I'd be open to that too, but yeah, I think getting this to Tyler and Hudson, kinda get a plan together and then move forward with construction would be my recommendation at this point in time. I don't know, anyone got any thoughts?
That sounds fine, you let them review it, go from there.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be reviewed by Hudson, I would
Oh,
say.
yeah, yep, for sure. Well,
So
we'll plan.
now you're waiting to hear from us,
Going forward.
Sounds good.
alright,
The reclassification process, can I see you the outcome of that or not yet?
Yeah, and actually, if you wanna stop over to Tyler's office, he can get you details and that, he could probably bring his stuff right away. Get you all that document, so, yeah.
yeah, thanks for coming down
Thank
and
you so much.
putting a face to the name.
Good to meet you.
Nice
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah,
Thank you
great
so
to meet
much
you.
for your time.
Nice
Yep.
to
Have a
meet
good one.
you.
Looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, same.
You need a motion to say that we will, the draft will be sent to Hudson, or what, do we need, that's, I mean,
Probably won't hurt. I don't know if we really need anything for action for that, it wouldn't hurt, but I
Well-
don't know that we have for anything before.
Why don't we get a motion to direct, can we direct Marge to communicate with Hudson on that? Send the agreement to him,
That's fine.
alright,
Are you making that motion?
sure,
I'll second it.
alright. We got a motion by Nath, second by Garmin, any discussion?
Another question, this is something that everybody's been clamoring for, or maybe they,
Yeah, there's been.
Got a couple meetings on
Yeah, we've had several informational meetings, there's actually been work on this for probably in the ballpark of 10 years. It's been an area that has needed drainage repairs or, updates for quite some time. This last year, we had several spots that were sucking in dirt again. Had a contractor out there to fix those holes just to kinda temporarily patch it up, and most of those thankfully were not broken. But the joints were separating far enough where dirt was.
so is there gonna do,
It was
there's
bigger.
going to be a bunch of tile work on the Iowa side also?
Yeah, we would need to follow up the construction on the Minnesota side with stuff on the Iowa side, but if we do it all in one package, it would be kinda one joint project at that point, which would be good as well. Our other project for 60/1, that looped up into Minnesota, which I talked about, that one, the Minnesota landowners actually requested that we just get the outlet across the road, and then they would private tile from there, so we had some kind of caveats for that situation built into the agreement, and the dollars they paid were customized to that nature. But this is the opposite kind of situation, because our water's going into Minnesota rather than water from Minnesota coming into Iowa. So we don't really have the option to stop at the border, we need it built to Iowa's border and then continue on from there, so. Yeah, but yeah, that's a good question, it has been an issue for this area for a long time.
Alright, does that answer your question, Howard?
I think so.
Okay,
Nobody's gonna be surprised, the landowners are in favor. Is there anybody that isn't in favor, has there been backlash?
I mean,
There always is.
there's been some questions about the costs and how it was gonna work out, and, some of it was talking about what kind of agreement were we going to have, because as Marissa said, we have one for the ditch, we just don't have one for this actual tile system, so some of that was discussed, and that's why we have gone through, we had action to direct Bolton and Mink to do a reclassification or a pre-class on the system. So we've had some of those pieces of information along the way.
okay, anything else, on that motion? If not, all in favor of sending the agreement to Hudson and directing Marge to do so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimous. Okay. Thanks for coming in. Discussion decision to approve and sign the contract for DD4 lateral 42 improvement. I have that.
That was in our folder.
Yep, yep.
It should be in the
Yep, everyone's seen that, reviewed that? Okay. Any questions? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Stecker. Is there a second?
Sure.
Second by Haas. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion is unanimous. Alrighty. Thank you, Marge. Sign these quick.
Well, one of these is just the whole, the other one that's horizontal.
Perhaps some you.
While you're in here, Marge, instead of waiting for board discussion, I had Rick Peterson from Humboldt County reach out to me. I think he's the chair of the IDDA as well. But I guess Humboldt has been chastised a little bit for not having any agreements, or maybe needing a memorandum of understanding, with neighboring counties as far as repairs and what the threshold is for repairing things in joint drainage districts to warrant having a joint meeting. So they've been looking to get agreements with all the surrounding counties and who they have joint drainage districts, and Webster wants a $5,000 threshold, but Wright and Pocahontas, I think they're gonna do 15, they're requesting that we would do 15 and we could have some sort of an agreement.
Yikes.
Agreement for that, so
For what drains?
for
Humboldt.
for
'cause
joint
they-
drains with Humboldt County.
So the other, like Hancock County had asked and stuff, and
Yeah,
Wright County, so we haven't really done the memorandum.
We haven't had one of those.
yeah.
We know Hancock's amount?
I mean, do we have a
we have
threshold of?
We have percentages.
Right,
Yeah, when we talked about that before, we didn't really wanna go down that rabbit hole of having stuff with other counties to outline that would be different than our policy, which kinda correlates with the discussion we just had. When you get a bunch of different thresholds, that you gotta remember which threshold is applying at the time when you're doing something, so I mean, it can be done, but for those of us that would have drains that are bordering other counties, if you have a bunch of different dollars that you're dealing with, I mean,
Is
we
there-
kinda,
Sorry, I thought you were done.
well, and we had kinda talked that we have the threshold for public hearings at 50,000 already in our policy, and it correlates with the code of Iowa, so
Yeah.
that's what we kinda just left it at when we talked before.
Is there anything that states, you know, if there's like a lead county, if like say we have more acres in the district than are bordering, you know, say if it's a joint drain? Is there anything that says if we take the lead, it's based on us because we have the most acres, and if another county is, it's based off of their policy, right? Or,
In anything in the code that says that, or anything?
well, or anything that we've followed in the past, I guess.
We do kinda, the lead county aspect of it is one thing, but, I don't know that we've really crossed that bridge on any of them. I mean, I don't know that we've had substantial repairs on any that other counties are lead on, have we?
Well, so
Recent.
Winnebago is a lead on a lot of theirs, so,
Do they have a threshold?
not really.
I didn't, Okay, I didn't think they.
It's just when it needs to be a hearing, they
Right.
set one up, and if
Right.
it's regular repairs, then,
Yeah, which that's what we had talked about, if it correlates with the public
Right.
hearing threshold anyway.
I think this is
it would match
talking
our
more smaller stuff, like
Right,
Webster
to
County
know what
wanted
the
anything
repair-
above 5,000, we want a joint meeting for.
right,
Which, I mean, I said, it doesn't take long to get to $5,000 in a drainage repair,
yeah.
so.
I think that gets a little overbearing and, I mean, then you start sending notice and you have the expense of sending notice for
Right.
a repair that's $7,000 and you add
Right.
$1,000 of notice for the fun of it, I don't know that that's appropriate.
But he was looking for a memorandum of understanding, so what, should I go back and tell him, or I could even get him on the phone too, but.
I guess,
You said, did I hear right, you said Webster County was $5,000? We don't care about Webster County, right?
No,
What's Humboldt's now?
well, no, that's, Webster County was requesting to have an agreement with Humboldt County and their joint drains together, that anything above $5,000, they'd have a joint meeting for.
Yeah, I understand
And
that.
that'd be their memorandum of.
Yeah.
Right, it'd be their agreement, that's
Right.
nothing to do with us, but,
Yeah,
I think that was my point.
yeah, yeah.
So they're asking for.
Humboldt is asking for 15,000 as a minimum, for us,
How many
To
of
have
these
it.
are there? Is there a lot of them?
there's maybe
yeah,
eight, yeah, HK 1, 2, 3 through 8, for Humboldt.
most of them aren't very big.
They're, yeah, they're
Does
not,
it always flow south, or does it flow both ways?
Most of them
Most
flow
goes
south because either into Des Moines or into Lots Creek or into
Okay,
a couple of the watersheds in southeast part of the county too, but yeah.
I just, at one point I was saying, whoever had the last part of it, or, I thought maybe it would be the lead, might be logical for them to be the lead, but maybe you don't like that, I don't know.
I think they're generally the lead on most of them.
I'd have to look.
Yeah,
but
we'll have to look, but yeah. But I don't know, I mean, what should I go back and tell him? Does he want me to bring that up today?
Ours is 50, theirs is 15.
No, the code of Iowa,
Right,
Code of Iowa
Threshold is
requires a
50.
public hearing over 50, so, I mean,
We
that's,
don't have anything else beyond that.
we have our policy,
yeah, we
for-
have our internal policy,
Which is at 50.
but Wright County
Same-
is what,
same as
they,
the code.
they wanted 15, and so
for
that's why they,
repairs, for repairs.
for repairs, yeah, for repairs, so,
Yeah, so that's making, that, they are doing that for convenience with Wright County, so they'd like us to be the same. For a repair, it sounds like the chance of a repair being over 15,000, I heard Kyle also, we don't wanna have 15 different agreements where we can't remember, but, who gets to want what they want, I don't know.
yeah, I mean, I think I've had, in 2 years here, I've had 2 just repair requests that go over 15 probably, I don't know, maybe a couple,
I'm not sure.
yeah.
A lot of repair.
what's a lot of repair?
15,000, maybe I don't understand the definition of repair.
Depends on where it is.
Yeah, it depends on the location, I mean.
Right, if it's a bank washout
I've
or,
had plenty that are
Um,
over that.
yeah,
And to some degree, it depends on the size and scope of the district, because if you've got a district that serves 500 acres versus 10,000 acres, you're talking a whole different ballgame on what the actual costs are to that landowner.
well, again, we have to look at the district sizes, but most of them are pretty little ones. That with Humboldt County,
Oh, yeah, those would be, I don't know.
Yeah.
Acres.
Yeah. I think HK2 is the biggest.
yep, anyway, is this something you wanna talk to them directly as a board about, or something you want me to go back to him and report?
I think it's hard to have different numbers for every,
Well,
I think that's what they're going for, is they would have liked everyone to just spend the same number, and
Yeah, but we're not.
Right.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
also illogical to assume that everybody's gonna bend to our will too.
Right.
but, I mean, across the state, we are probably the, I don't know if leader's the right word, but we deal with probably the most drainage in the entire state as far as ditches and tiles. I mean, it was talked about at the IDDA meeting a little over a year ago, the project we were doing north of Sway City, and it's the largest tile project that I think ADS has ever had pipe for in the state of Iowa. So I mean, we're not dealing with small things on a regular basis. I mean, there are lots of repair requests that are smaller and we do deal with them, but, it's not just $500 here and there.
What does, I assume right's not an issue for us, but what does, Hancock and Winnebago and Emmett and Palo Alto, what do they do, what do they want?
They agreed to leave it as it is right now for repairs that are done, that Lead County, takes
Percentage.
care, and then bill to the other county their percentage when the repair is completed.
I can go tell them that too.
I goes back to the definition of what's the lead, who's the lead county, doesn't it?
Whoever has
Higher
the
percentage of landowners.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, the percentage of acres.
Well, I can go tell them what we talked about and see what they wanna do from there, I guess.
I mean, I think having our own, and I pulled it up, I think I've got the most recent version of our internal policy here on my computer. I'd have to double check with March as far as the date and make sure everything's up to speed on my version, but I'm pretty sure, I have the latest stuff, but I mean, I think it's one thing when we have an internal policy and we are doing things kind of lower than the code requires, and that, I mean, that's internal, that's all the same table, same county, everything. But when you get to Minnesota and other neighboring counties and stuff, it's a lot to deal with, and having different thresholds is just confusing for the people that are actually implementing it, and I'd be concerned about setting anyone up for failure. I mean, say we have a $5,000 limit and it's something with, Humboldt, and then say you're not on board in a couple years and the next person doesn't know it, and someone needs something fixed and it's $7,000 and we forgot about this threshold. Well, what do? I mean, maybe you say, sorry, and we'll try and do better next time, but then the policy is about as effective as the paper it's written on too. So I think you gotta have things that make sense to follow through on and are easy to collaborate with other things. Which is why I pointed that out to Marissa. I mean, we could have a $25,000 limit for smaller repairs, but if we do, who's gonna remember to implement it? It's not that dollar figure is an issue. I mean, most smaller repairs, you're probably gonna be under 25,000, that was for example, but it's just those what ifs, and when those situations happen, what do you do about it? I mean,
Tammy will remember.
No.
No.
No, I won't.
What'd you say?
You said
I just said
Tammy
Tammy
will
will remember.
remember, and I said, no, I won't.
No.
No,
And then there's the courtesy to the county saying, hey, we're doing this repair on this drain, you just let their board know, and then when the bill comes in,
right,
Yeah.
no, that's how we're set up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, good discussion for what I have then, because
Yes.
I have, from back when Roger was here, he had, requested bids from, Reitzel and Triple E, for removal of trees on north side, restore open ditch bank, and also removal of trees on the south side. And I did get 2 bids. One of them is under the $50,000 threshold, one is not. So that should mean I should go ahead and, do I put it on the agenda to approve that? What's the procedure? Because it probably needs to get done.
Well, that was a repair request.
It was a
originally.
repair request, yes.
And I think that was the discussion at that time, was the one was barely under 50,000.
Yeah,
And I don't know what the other one came out at, but yeah, it was just whether or not to just treat it as a regular repair request or not, but yeah.
and question I have for you, have you been out to this location yet?
No, I have not. I talked to Roger yesterday and I had asked him, you know, what he thought I should do, and he kind of explained everything to me. I don't know.
So what I would recommend is actually going out there, because I have, and I think some of those trees that are probably included in the price are probably outside of the drainage district right away, which probably shouldn't be paid by the district.
Okay.
So that is one caveat to that aspect that I think probably needs to be.
Okay, so who decides whether or not they're in the drainage district or not? I'm not going to know. I mean, I can go look at it, I'm not going to know.
I mean, yeah, and,
Because there's not a sign there that says it starts here.
right, so, I
No
mean,
trespass.
we have a right of way, and I mean, we could have that staked by an engineer, we could do whatever, and to actually have that specific, that this is the line, that's probably what you would wanna do, is have it staked out. Just my knowledge of other projects and kinda general geography, I think some of them are outside of the right of way, and that's why I wanted to bring that up, because
And if you talk to the landowner, I think they're aware of that and they're gonna pay for their own, what's not in the right of way. But it doesn't hurt to have a location decided.
So the landowner or owners? I mean, I have who requested the repair done,
The landowner, yeah,
so have that conversation with him.
yeah. And whoever you do the bid with to make sure they are on the same page.
section Buffalo 30, that's right.
So the trees in question are from a private landowner that has requested this repair. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the trees are along the open ditch, and there is some that's outside of the open ditch, easement. So anything beyond that would be the landowner's responsibility.
But he's requesting the repair for the open ditch also.
Yes, just for the, yeah.
And that may be one reason, having the conversation with the landowner and even the contractors of, did they bid the whole thing, or how much is figured for the right of way versus outside? Because having people look at the same thing is, or having them bidding on the same thing would get maybe a little more valid quotes.
Well, I'm kind of stepping in, so I don't
Yep.
really know how that was done, but I want to take care of it, obviously, and the weather's been okay to take care of something like this. Yeah, on one of the bids, it's requested that we let them know how much is county and how much is private.
One of the bids asked for that.
one of the bids
Okay.
states that.
Okay, yep. Which that would affect the
And they-
dollars paid by the district probably.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm stepping into it from the backside, so, not privy to the other conversations.
Yep.
So I need to find out from the person who bid with the least amount, how much of that was figured for right of way and outside of the right of way, or not at all, just to do it. Probably. I mean, so, okay, let me ask this then, how do I proceed? Meaning I can talk with the landowners and I can talk with the contractors. How do I proceed as far as moving forward then? Just because I'm not, I wanna do it consistently with the way we're supposed to be doing it.
Well, if it's under the threshold, it's under the threshold. It would just be a good idea for you to visit with the landowners, cause that's gonna be a big bill.
Well, yeah, and I mean, to your point about who decides which trees are in and which are out, it might be a good idea to just have it surveyed by an engineer and have some stakes put out there so that it is clearly defined for, and I mean, if one of the bids is asking for which trees are which, to have fair competitive bids, we probably need to have that technically defined by
Right,
by
well, I'll
someone that
find
has
out,
those tools.
right, well, I'll find out from the other contractor that doesn't have it on his, how he went about it. I can have that conversation. And then is it something that needs to be on the agenda then? Say it comes in, say we do this in, does it have to be on the agenda or I just take care of it?
We had it on the agenda before.
Right.
And we had action to hold that until we got both bids and had a conversation about it again, if I remember right. I don't know if we can find those minutes or not, but yeah, we did.
Was it clear in how the bids were supposed to be requested? If that action was taken in this boardroom to have it stopped because of that, was it clear? Because, I mean, I'm, kinda blind to that, if it wasn't clear. And then we're,
Discretion of your district and as a trustee too.
right, and then we're taking up the time of the contractors to bid this so we can get it done and hopefully before anything bigger comes along, when it gets nice out and prolong it, and, if I have to get it surveyed, what kind of money are we talking about there? And who surveys it?
Typically, that's all done by an engineering firm, so, I mean,
Yeah, you're gonna incur some costs there, and does that affect that,
Right.
you know,
There goes-
bid?
If you're
It
just
was
under
just
50,
below 50, then you're now above 50, so then you're gonna end up having to do by code, a public hearing.
Okay, on December 17th, the motion was by Plath and second by Stecker to wait until all bid quotes came in for DDHK 5-87 open ditch repair request before moving forward. All A's except Supervisor Jerks voted nay.
Oh, cause he had requested from,
he
Someone else,
had a second one.
but he was waiting on it and he didn't know if we should just move forward or not.
So that one was not passed for them to move forward with on that one, so
Yep,
that one would have to be back on the agenda to move forward,
Okay.
correct?
yep.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah. Well,
okay, so then,
is that on the agenda then?
put it on the agenda and for what aspect? To say we're gonna put it off again? I mean, that's just what I wanna know, I don't wanna keep wasting time, I mean, I actually want to accomplish something. So put it back on the agenda, just to say, hey, no, we're not gonna do this.
Well, can't she talk to the landowners and the contractors first? And then put it back on as how to proceed from there?
Yeah,
That'd be good to do, yeah.
Alright,
So you can just let me
Yeah, I
know when
will.
you want it back on?
yeah, I will contact them, so I guess put it back on the agenda so that if I get some answers, And maybe the contractors want it surveyed out, I don't know. Maybe it's in the best interest of the county to survey it out, but I'm not even certain how many landowners this request affects. And that would be helpful as well, you know, with a conversation if there was,
But you can visit with Marge about that too, and how that's gonna affect landowners and.
Yeah, on the construction side of things, it would probably primarily be one, but on paying for it, you would have, well, a couple districts that would actually be affected by that. HK 236 dumps into that same open ditch, for DD 78, so you have a lot of affected landowners in that regard. And there was some other work done on that ditch, somewhat recent history here too.
so the request is for HK 5-87 open ditch. Why are we talking about the one adjacent to it? It's not on the request. Why would they pay anything from that? They're not a landowner in that district.
Well, again, you
Am I
can
incorrect?
visit with Marge to see how that's all
I can
broken
get
down.
that stuff.
Alright,
Yeah.
yeah, get me what I need so that I can move forward and have it on the agenda Tuesday to.
Do you want it on the agenda
Next week?
Tuesday?
I
Or do you
think
wanna?
so, I wanna get moving on it. I know the contractors would like me to get moving on it.
Well, and if you're not to that point by
Well, yeah, right,
Friday,
exactly.
then you can always
But
just-
if I am, perfect,
Yep.
then it's, at least I know it's on there.
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay,
Alright. Anything else for Marge?
We did have a meeting at the railroad for DD 90, and I was gonna touch on this during board discussion, we can talk while she's there, or while she's in here. Spencer sent some minutes and, kind of a follow-up email after that was done, that was on, Thursday. And I think we have the potential to make some progress there, I'd say I was cautiously optimistic after that meeting. This is a project that is on the east side of Lakota. There's a tile that goes through, a railroad track, and there's historically been a number of issues there, but even when we were out there this last week, we have intakes on both sides, and on the north side of the railroad tracks, the upper end of the watershed, you could see water standing in the tile above the top of the actual tile, so it's not even moving, and that's kind of been the issue. Jim Hill was his name, he's going to, have some more conversations internally inside UP and see what options they have on the table to minimize the cost and try and expedite the process to see what we can get accomplished here. And this is one of the things he shared with us, which really isn't much of a surprise. But when the state law changed and explicitly included culverts and drain tile, where it's the railroad's responsibility to pay 100% of those costs, that was last year's legislation, or maybe it was in 23. When that happened, they were, understandably so, they were caught off guard by it, and from a budgeting standpoint, they don't really have anything planned for all these things, and they talk about, I mean, if we do this one, then what about all the other ones? And I said, well, cause one of the issues with this one in particular on 90 is that it's so far out of repair, the options of, say, lining the pipe or something else, like we've talked about with culverts in the secondary road department, or even like the city storm sewer over in Whittemore, and this, if you were looking at Carter, those other options, which historically would be cheaper for them, are not available for this because of the poor condition that it's in. I mean, it's probably collapsed through there. We've tried to get in and televise, and there's so much dirt and mud in there that you can't even get into the tile at all. And we can't get inside the right of way without all the issues from the railroad. So with it having a bridge there, he's hoping that we can open cut and actually physically dig through there. And with that line only serving the Lakota ethanol plant, past that point, he's hoping that we could minimize costs with a kind of stop order on that line rather than having to have flaggers and insurance and all sorts of other aspects. So, did have a good conversation out there. Hopefully we'll hear something back in the next couple weeks, but I've told Spencer we'll need to kind of keep it on our radar that if we don't hear anything in a couple weeks, we'll need to follow up again and see if we can press the issue some more because, but I will say, getting him to physically come here and be on site from his office down in Omaha, Sioux City area, like, he had several hours on the road. I think having him physically on site, he can go back to the office and the rest of his team and explain what's needed and what's needed. And we talked about a lot of those things, so I thought that was a good conversation.
Very good. Okay, anything else for Marge? Alright, well, thanks Marge, and we'll go on to auditor discussion.
Okay. Let's see, Thursday, department head meeting, 9 o'clock here in this room if you wish to attend. The next Tuesday at 1 o'clock, we have the solar ordinance workshop. We also have discussing the pay scale for the office manager at the sheriff's office. Set date and time for public hearing on animal ordinance and direct the auditor to publish the ordinance. And Summit Carbon Solutions project updates. So that's all for next week so far. And then the 25th, evaluation with engineer, and that takes us to March. And I think that is all I have.
Okay,
Question on the office manager part.
sure.
We've had that, sorry, I got a little tickle. We've had that, come up in other departments. So are we only talking about the sheriff's office, or are we talking about that position?
So I think it's that position, and here's kind of my thoughts about it, and you guys can tell me what you think. I did send it to Doug too, because he has an office manager, and according to the way the resolution has been,
So does the assessor's office.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Constructed by our HR attorneys, it's for that, anybody that has that title, that job description.
Mhm.
That's who that fits to. Every year in July, if there's raises, that resolution has to be updated, to make the change in the starting pay according to whatever that raise is. So, whatever you guys do now, I think should be by motion, and then the resolution will be updated in July when you approve that resolution for the next fiscal year. But it's my understanding that anybody with that title, that will be the starting wage for that position and their wage. Am I incorrect?
That's my understanding too.
I don't think it's by the title specifically, cause you would have a different job description for the sheriff's office and engineer's office and say the assessor's office, those are different positions.
But we don't for
Well,
the clerks.
Won't you have a different
The-
job description for
Yeah.
treasurer's clerk versus
We
a-
have,
We should.
The
we have,
difference is
but
in
it's
those
not.
departments,
Yeah,
you know?
it's
Well,
not, it's all
that's kinda the
together
whole point
in that
of it.
resolution.
We
It's,
should have.
that's not how it was designed though.
And you know, they do different, all of them have different duties.
Yeah.
Yeah,
every
But-
office,
but it
but
says-
if that's the way it,
it says on the resolution, it has the department's clerks and what departments it's in.
Okay, so then that would cover those specific offices
Right,
as clerks within those offices.
right.
But, I don't think we have them all listed as office manager for sheriff, engineer, all that is not currently on our.
No, it's not at all, that's why
That's what
it
she
needs
said.
to
but
be,
that's what the departments
right,
have been
right,
calling them.
yeah. They need to, in Roger's position, in order to hire somebody new, there has to be a starting wage, and that has
Yeah.
never been set. And that
For
will
office manager.
probably apply to Lisa and anybody else with that job title, that's what I'm saying.
And you could, yeah.
That's how I see it anyways, so.
Yeah,
I mean, you could talk to Mike Galloway and see if he agrees, but he's the one who constructed the last
Yeah,
resolution, so.
Do you have those resolutions handy on your computer?
I think did I not send one
You did.
to you?
Yeah, because I
In
was
an
gonna
email?
ask
In
the
an email.
question.
In an email, I sent one, I thought.
Yeah, is there not a resolution for, and maybe I just don't understand how it is, and maybe I missed it. So like, does Deb now have a different, title?
Yes, she's
Okay,
a
is she on
housekeeper.
is she on a resolution?
No, so what happened was, when stuff came to light about, the way the pay scale was before, the attorney brought it to our attention, the resolution was to change the inequities, to fix the inequities. It wasn't to give raises or promote anybody, all it was is to fix the problem that we had. That's all that resolution was for. Yes, it meant people got more pay because of it, but it was only to fix the problem that we had. So the point of it wasn't to list everybody or put everybody on a pay scale, it was just to fix the issue we had at hand. That's what the purpose of that was. So, no, it did not address everybody because the problem wasn't with everybody, it was only with those people that were affected by the pay scale, the wage scale.
Okay, so how were, just asking, how were the custodians affected by the wage scale when they weren't part of that step program that we had in place prior to this? How were they affected then?
Because according to Code of Iowa, public employees have to have the potential to make the same amount of money as somebody else in that same job position. The only difference can be longevity.
Yep.
And because that the increases that that Ron had was not affected in the starting pay for Will, he had to be brought up to the current. The only difference could be longevity.
And that's exactly what I've been saying of, if we're putting a salary in a base wage, figuring for someone's longevity, it really should be factored into longevity rather than the base, because that's what our issue resulted in, of you had someone who's been here for X number of years and someone who's maybe just started or only been here a couple of years, and they were doing the same job duties, and they have to have the ability to be at the same wage with the exception of longevity. So if you're paying for longevity, the only way you can keep that separation is if you're specifically paying it as longevity.
Correct.
So,
and that's how the secondary road department is.
Yes.
yes, and
This was only a
you got your mechanic or
courthouse.
mechanic, equipment operator, whatever, it's 1, 2, 3, based on their steps in
probationary
time.
period, yeah.
But then they have the potential to be the same wage. The only exception is longevity, and that's
That's what
I
was
don't know if there's a
explained.
different way to explain it, but that's why I have an issue with talking about someone who's been here for X number of years, they deserve X salary. If it's not included as longevity specifically, it applies to the base. And those are the mechanics of it, and I think the mechanics are important, because that's what got us into the issue that we had to address.
And so the only reasons, like say, the custodians was on there is because there's more than one?
Correct, and they were at different wages
Yeah.
because of their years of service that were different. But then we had to adjust the base for one to bring them up to the years of service of the other. And
So then,
that, the mechanics of it just,
so then like, I don't know, I feel like I'm opening up a can of worms, I'm not meaning to do that, so then like,
it is a can of worms.
It
and
is,
it's been
so
open.
You can't avoid it.
it is, so then like, say, with the secondary road foreman, who had always been paid the same percentage as the road workers based upon the union contract, by separating them out and giving them 0 last year, didn't we change?
They're paid,
Their
they're
base-
paid differently, cause they're a different position.
No, they're not, they're given the same percentage as the union employees,
No,
that's what I was told.
Last year they got 0.
Oh, I know, that's why I'm bringing it up.
you're talking just historically before.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up, didn't we, didn't we change that then for those people?
No, because within the position, they're still paid the same. So it's not comparing foreman to road workers, it's comparing foreman to foreman.
Billing's got
Or
to pay.
clerks
Yeah.
to clerks,
Right.
or equipment operators to equipment operators,
But
it's within the same position.
But it's also meant to keep a little bit of a separation there so that there's some, benefit for being a foreman.
And that's, I mean, not to put it mildly or whatever, but that's a kind of an opinion, the legal basis is what we had to deal with in the resolution, and that's the legal basis is just within the same job description.
That's how the attorney explained it to us. So I agree with Amber that the office manager, if you set a motion for the office manager in the sheriff's office, that it would include anybody with that title of office manager.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think if we disagree, we need to talk to Mike Outlay about that, because that's how I understand it.
Yeah,
It's the same title.
I think we probably need to talk about that, cause I mean, you got clerks and support staff in the recorder, treasurer, attorney, auditor's office under one category, then you got clerks for driver's license that is in a different category. So, they have the same name and title, but the offices that are listed is specifically what applies there.
It's actually by job description, so.
Right,
And,
that's,
yeah, so in Mike's, yeah, the job duties might be different, one might be working on one thing and one another, but the same job description as responsibilities go were the same, there weren't different job descriptions, but he did say that if the job descriptions change, then you need to revisit that in the resolution.
correct, but my point is, they're different because our job descriptions currently between sheriff's office and engineer's office shouldn't be the same. For an office manager, those job descriptions should be separate, there should be different responsibilities, different tasks that are being completed, different expectations.
Then
So,
I think we should
the
talk,
title of office manager does not automatically tie them together if their job descriptions are different.
then I think we should talk to Mike Galloway on how to define that, because it needs to be defined.
Yeah, I mean, between scale 1 and scale 3, they both start with clerks, but
Yeah.
then
Well,
what's after that is different.
and you, for office manager, you're gonna have to add a number 4 or number 5, because we have a new one for Cinnamon too, but
Yep.
they're gonna have to be separate, they're not gonna be able to be lumped in with clerks, it's gonna have to be
And-
separate.
And that's another point, I mean, talking about Cinnamon, that her salary shouldn't be tied in with a office manager just because
No.
of the name.
No,
They-
hers will be
they-
separate, hers will be separate.
Well,
They
hers is
are, and they should be separate.
Yeah, she's got a different title, so.
Yeah, and I realize that, but I don't think everybody with the same first word correlates to the
Well,
same
okay, that's fine. So point being, if we are going to create something I don't know, create's the right word, but if we're going to do something for office manager, for sheriff, then we should also be doing so for the other departments.
I agree.
Yep.
We might as well fix it now, so it's done.
Right, we should have them laid out on the resolution.
And
right?
then everybody knows where they're at.
Yep,
Yes,
Okay. So what do we
and
need to
so
do for
for
that?
the agenda,
next
we
step?
should
I
somehow.
think I should get a hold of Mike
Mike,
Galloway
yeah.
and tell him what we're doing and ask him, do you want him to draw up something? Do you wanna talk to him? What do you wanna do?
I would
Want him to
say-
get me the information and give it to you the meeting? You wanna talk to, I mean, I don't know what you're thinking.
I mean,
It'd probably be a good idea to set up a conversation so we can all talk to them.
Okay,
yeah,
then there probably won't be any decision on Tuesday. Are you okay with that?
should be fine, I mean, it would be a resolution for the new fiscal year.
Well, the only problem is, he's got the applications out for a new office manager, so he's gonna need to tell people what that starting wage is gonna be, and I think that's where
Maybe.
he's at.
Does this correlate anything with budget discussion?
It would, yes.
So like if he would happen,
Well-
if it does, would it happen at any time? We
Well,
could-
not necessarily, because they're
No?
gonna make less than what Lori makes now. Well, yeah, because she has longevity, so,
I just thought, oh, if we could maybe talk with him, if that is like budget discussion,
Mhm.
because we are in
Mhm.
that.
yeah,
Well, and
Yeah.
maybe if he could draw stuff up with our current salaries for those positions that we need to add, because then it would be updated at the new fiscal year for any budget conversations. I mean, regardless of whether it's 4% or anything outside of that, we're gonna need to update that resolution come
And just
July
say-
1st anyway, so if he could do a draft for what their current wages are, that should give us the structure of what we're looking for, right?
Well, if he does that for the current wages, how does that give direction on what the new person should start at? Am I missing something?
yeah, I know, I'm not sure I understand that either. Are you saying the new person should start at what the old person's going out at? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I was
that's
thinking that was kinda how things were.
the base wage is what that position would have now.
Well,
Look, that's not how we did
necessarily.
it with the other ones. We
Because-
started at, and then at 6 months, they got a big raise,
Start at
and
the
then at a
bottom.
year, they
Yeah,
got.
you would have the same structure of time with the starting wage and probationary and then at 1 year.
Well, how's he gonna know how to?
Yeah, he's not gonna know what you're
How's he
thinking.
gonna know how to do that, if he's just starting with the wage now? That basically is saying that's what we're gonna start at.
No, well, I guess could have worded that differently, but using the current wage we have now as the end target, should have said that, because that's what, like, we looked at the, say, clerk for driver's license, we looked at where they were, and then we just backed up the steps under where that was and kind of built a stair step, so to speak. I mean, you can see 45 to 50 to 54 and 495, 20%, so I mean, it's odd change at the end to some degree, but I
So
mean,
I'm
it was
gonna-
just-
I'm gonna look to see, he had put an amount that he thought that Roger Fisher had thought would be appropriate for
Is
that
one of our
position, so,
emails?
I think so.
Or just cheap, okay.
So I'm gonna look to see if that correlates with the outgoing pay of the current person, if that makes sense.
I don't see anything from Roger on
It's from a week or so
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
I think.
it's on
Yeah.
the date is 2/6. It says the current wage for that position.
Oh, it does have the current wage.
That's what his, yeah, it says the current wage. Is that doing
It's me,
Oh, okay.
sorry.
that.
And he says he's asking that it be added under scale 3. I don't really understand what
Yeah,
that
I
means.
did explain to him that he thought that wage was appropriate, not necessarily that it be combined there, that it's
Okay.
just, he thought that wage scale was.
Okay, so just
appropriate.
matching that wage scale, scale 3 to
So-
the office manager wage.
That's
So
what,
to some
that
degree,
would-
yeah, I mean,
that
he's probably just looking at that
Mhm.
it's
Close.
currently close to that, I don't think it should be combined with
no.
three.
No, it'll
And-
be
and
a
you-
separate scale, just similar to,
But if he's
Starting
using that as looking at the current wage for the position, we should probably use the current base wage, which would minus the longevity, cause that would be what the current base of that position is. If
Is
he's
that what
looking, if he's looking to continue on that aspect, that's what I would kinda recommend.
Okay, so you wanna talk to him on Tuesday, or you want to just have the information on Tuesday?
Mike, you mean?
I would say if we could talk to him and if he could have a draft out, I mean, we can obviously talk about the draft and
So-
plus or minus numbers or whatever, but.
Yeah, have
So
him
it's
get
possible to
information
do both.
and do both,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yep.
I'll see if he's available. If he's not available,
If he's not available, what have we done in the past if, cause if we don't call, another session for that, has it just been where the auditor?
I mean, if we're gonna be here later in the afternoon too for other stuff, we might have more room for flexibility, it could be a later conversation if he's not available. in the
Well, we'll
morning,
be
I would say.
here after 1 o'clock anyways,
That's-
cause we've got that,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
alright, I will touch base with him. Okay,
Okay. That
that's all I have.
wrap up that then,
Yeah,
okay. No, all good. Howard, you got anything to report?
I do not.
Okay. Amber,
I don't have anything to report, but I have a couple questions,
alright,
because I don't understand, so like,
sure.
when you abstained, why do we abstain? Can I ask that question, like,
I think an abstention is more if a person either doesn't understand, for example, a couple weeks ago, I abstained in a drainage vote because my internet kept cutting it out and I heard some legal discussion, I just thought, well, I don't understand everything that's going on, just abstain, it's easy enough to do. I knew it was going through, it just, I don't know, and you can either, that's what I would say, if you don't understand it, or you just don't feel comfortable making a decision one way or the other.
Or you
There's-
have a conflict.
Or you have a conflict.
Yeah.
well,
yeah.
that's why I kinda knew if you had a conflict, you
Yeah.
should
Yeah.
abstain, but I didn't know like what
That's
your
how I see
reasoning
it, I
is
don't know.
for like abstaining versus just saying no, you know?
The difference in abstain is it's not a yes or a no, it's completely staying out of the vote in that regard. And lots of reasons, some of them have already been touched on, but
Okay, so no, you can abstain for any apparent reason that you feel you don't wanna vote yes or no.
And the pass would just mean it's gonna come back to you.
No, that's a pass. Oh, pass,
That's-
yeah,
yeah,
sorry,
that's
I
what he
meant,
said, not
yeah, sorry,
passed.
okay, sorry.
Pass,
I thought he
yeah.
said in the
Yeah.
past, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
saying the difference between an abstention and a pass,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Like Josh just
Okay.
passed, yeah.
Alright,
So,
Clean up my emails.
just a question, not trying to liken it or attach it to what happened today. But would it be relevant if you're gonna abstain to say why you're abstaining, or it's not important?
I don't
I don't think you
think
have
you're
to.
required to.
Suppose
You
that's
can
up to you.
Yeah, you can if that's.
Required to by,
if you have a conflict, you shouldn't be participating in the discussion or the action on a vote, and that should be disclosed prior to any conversation. If it's for another reason, it's kind of personal preference, whether you say a reason or not.
well, and I wasn't trying to say, oh, why did you abstain, I was mainly just trying to say, oh, that just caught my attention, like, okay, why do we abstain?
Yep.
You know, I just kind
No,
of
that's a good question.
made me wonder.
Yep.
Okay, and the other thing was, Yeah, I was gonna ask, when I was going through the resolution, I just saw there wasn't one for housekeeping, or I didn't know what her title was actually, for sure. And I was wondering why, so that's already been talked about. And then, is, Don Heidner back? Somebody had mentioned to me that Don Heidner was back.
Don Heidner he's made himself available for if Derek has any issues or anything like that Don has worked with in the past, that he's made himself available. Whether he's getting paid or not, I don't think he is.
He is getting
He is
paid,
getting,
well,
is he?
not payroll, but he is getting.
Okay,
as a
From what I
subcontractor.
understand, he will be turning in a claim through his business, that's how I understand it.
Okay, that part I was not aware of, but.
Okay. Okay, can our, I'm assuming IT budget can handle that, I mean, that's extra, right? Anyway, I'm just asking because
I would
it was
hope
brought
it's
to my
minimal
attention,
service.
and
Yeah.
so I don't know.
I would hope it's not to the amount of
Well,
another
and I don't
employee,
know-
but I don't know.
Well, and I don't know what that would be, but I was just curious as to
Mm-hmm.
if
Yeah,
we're all right budget-wise with that. That's all, that's all I have.
okay,
Oh,
Alright.
no, one more thing, drainage assessments. My
Okay.
only request is, are we gonna start on that earlier this year than just at the end of May? Are we gonna start, okay,
Yes, we are,
alright.
I believe that's the plan.
yes, we are.
Alright,
and I'm not ignoring anybody over here, I've just got a couple hundred papers to sign, so.
okay.
Yeah,
Kyle,
I've historically done that after the meetings.
You can do it whenever,
You can do it
there's no
whenever.
right or wrong.
I'm still listening,
Um,
but,
I
yeah,
already talked on the meeting with the Union Pacific Railroad. Did have an EMS meeting last Tuesday, so I wasn't able to attend the Farm Bureau meeting, but, and we can talk about that more in budget and stuff, but it was over 2-hour conversation, and we did not finish the conversation per se, so we have another one scheduled for tonight. So,
I
okay,
was gonna say, you guys started before we did, and we got out of it before you guys were done, so.
substantially before, yeah.
okay, yeah, we can
That's-
touch
yeah, I
on
think
that in
that's
budget.
all I got for that.
I guess
How was-
we did go to.
I was gonna say, how was the
Yeah,
farm
we did,
bureau?
I didn't even think about that, I
Yeah.
forgot.
Good questions?
Yeah, I don't know, yeah, it was fine, it was.
Good meal?
Yeah, it was good, it was good, and I went to the EMS meeting too.
Oh, okay.
I guess
Beginning of it, yep.
yeah, for the beginning, and then I
First hour.
screwed it out and went to the Farm Bureau meeting, but it was fine, questions were asked, and, they're just, you know where their motives are at,
Stand on
which is
things.
very understandable, with the budget and
Yep.
of course health insurance and, just making sure our departments are, one question was, are any of them, I don't know how they worded it, but is there any, I think they said it's something like, is there any departments that are overspending? Or something like that, and
Yep,
I didn't really have an answer for them, I said, we're going through the budgets and, people are within their budgets, so I don't know how we could say they're overspending if they're staying within their budgets, but maybe they were saying is there areas we don't have to have, I don't know, but, yeah, no, good meeting.
When he asked about ambulance and things, and that's a big, it seems like that issue comes up consistently, but that's something that the voters decided is a lot large, that's beyond our
correct.
purview.
I mean, it's our purview and kind of responsibility to manage the system and stuff, but yeah, it was directly voted on by people as a whole, so, yep.
Roger started talking, they moved on to Roger, and Roger filled a lot of
He
time.
did, he kinda took us off the hot seat.
I
Okay,
don't know that we were on the hot seat, we
No.
took out of any seat, he just spoke for a
Lot to
long
say.
time. Well, he's always seems to have a lot to say.
Very good. Kyle, were you done?
I
Okay,
think so.
Josh?
Yeah, last Tuesday we held our, budget hearing for E911. And I had some good discussion on the items and the budget was approved as we've seen it, so there's no changes to that at all. And then other than that, we just kind of discussed some different things, they're planning on doing some radio trainings, with the different towns and stuff like that with the IS6 radio systems. They're consistently looking to replace batteries in radios and things like that, cause as batteries get older, they, don't hold their charge as well. Just a few things like that. They're gonna be doing looks like they're gonna be doing some more street signs, rural address signs. They're gonna be driving the county again this spring to kind of clean up some of that project. They're gonna be removing, address numbers, from places that, properties that no longer have any standing structures. So they're gonna be going around and removing some of that and double checking all those signs and stuff around the county. They're working on the house number project within the city limits. There's been issues where the ambulance, can't find the right house because the house number is not posted. And so they're working on campaigns to get the cities to, kind of push for people to get their house numbers and stuff on their houses and, to kind of help with the 911 services. There's a couple of legislations that are, going through right now that are in discussion. House File 104, deals with the, and Derek can go more in detail if you guys want, but the PSAP reimbursement, they're gonna be reducing that. So what that is basically is when you pay for your cell phone bill, you pay a 911 surcharge. The 911 surcharge goes to the state and then it gets reimbursed back to the counties. They're gonna be reducing the amount that they're gonna be giving back to the counties. So that way they can handle the percentages. Or the, because they got, towers and stuff that they wanna work on and, that's pretty expensive, so. Let's see.
All I heard they're gonna reduce the amount coming to the counties to
Yeah.
help with their problem.
And it's not, that's in discussion right now, that's not, hasn't been passed or anything, but that's just legislation that's been introduced. Another one, Senate File 89 is just basically, allows the, local government entities to sponsor, private, companies to allow them onto IS6 radios, which IS6 radios is a statewide communication. And one of the instances and a good, example of this would be to have, the sheriff's department sponsor, towing companies for, especially during emergencies, snowstorms and stuff like that, and we got people stuck in the ditches. What it does is it allows these towing companies and other companies like that to, have an IS6 radio, which, has to be approved by the state, and so these, local governing, entities can sponsor private entities to be able to handle those, IS6 radios and stuff for better communications. Again, that one's in discussion right now, nothing's been passed on yet, so. I think other than that, I think that's about it. Okay.
I had no meetings, so we'll leave it at that and take a quick break before we come back to Michelle at 11.
Kyle, sometime today, can we talk about this mess with CIJDC and these record requests that
Yeah.
are coming in? Okay.
Yep, for sure.
I haven't heard anything back from Todd yet, so
Okay.
I'm assuming he's gonna tell me to send the information they're asking me,
Which, yeah, we'll follow up on that. I don't know, I think I just need to call a little more and get a chaser out of there.
I have more tickle today than I've had in quite a few days, so I'm a little bit annoyed by that. And, a
Chase said he thinks
little bit of a cough.
every day since
Yeah.
possession of the home,
I believe
just to see how things are going. And one day he said, asked Chase if he needed to come help us put on a water filter, can you help with that? And so I was
Oh, that's
like,
good.
tell him this is it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah, he just isn't in shape to take care of something like that anymore.
Yeah, but yeah,
Well, it's kind of a neat place out there.
so far we like it.
Yeah,
I just like having 0 neighbors and
it's really quiet.
that's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Well,
We're still here.
Yes.
We're that exciting?
You bet.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. That way I don't have to wait for the movie to come out.
Not a long way.
You know, some people, otherwise you have to binge watch, you know. To see all the episodes. Yeah.
Didn't know it was gonna be a series,
I forget which ones now, Mary Pat's, there's, you know, a couple again, you know, just. Some of them, they come out with what, the whole season.
Yeah.
So then you sit there and watch one after another. Yeah. They know what we like, or what attracts us. And my family, they've talked about doing an intervention.
I'm gonna tell you, really, they haven't figured out what attracts me yet, because they don't have anything.
Oh, well, that's like for phone, you know, everybody says, get a real phone, you know, not this. I said, no, because otherwise I'd be sitting here
like me.
seeing who the new player on the Indiana Fever is, and you know. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely know how to keep you, it's fun, cause, you know, I'll be scrolling through YouTube and then something will come up that I haven't looked at in a year. But then all of a sudden, oh, and then you go down that rabbit hole. And, yeah. Yeah. And then once AI gets going, well, most people are gonna be oblivious to it. They aren't gonna know, they aren't gonna realize what's going on, you know.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good.
I'm okay, I kinda made copies.
Oh, you did?
Well, kinda, not everything, those OBSs, I mean.
Yeah, I have all that stuff, but
Yeah.
some of it you need it.
You do, but yeah, I like
So,
to, I do
all right.
comparison.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Can I come over and get a cupcake? Did I hear something about that on the radio or
It's Marco
something?
next week, the 19th.
19.
19th.
Of course you can get a cupcake.
Okay. I'm a cake hound. It's terrible.
Hopefully it won't be bad weather and I won't have a lot of cupcakes left over.
Well, if you have
I'll
left
send them here.
over, let me know. I'll try to, well, I can accommodate. No, that's one of my favorites, cake.
I love cake. I love the frosting.
Yeah, I like corner pieces, a lot of frosting,
Yeah.
goes straight.
Thanks for sticking around. Keep an eye on your,
Oh, you guys.
your rig out there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
And my mom's apple pie is
This isn't one of those.
pretty good too.
Kinda like pie too.
Well, it's a little questionable.
Oh,
Just one
I like
check front door.
sweet ones.
I
A lot.
kinda do too, actually. Been trying to not eat as many, but
Cause I've seen it happen on
Well,
YouTube.
Christmas is
On
over
YouTube, yes.
now, so pretty much have that. Halloween is a tough time. Seems like we always buy more than what we give out, so I end up eating.
Yeah, it tends to work better.
Yeah.
You could, yeah.
I'll go ahead and get her done up
Carter, is there any talk of
Yeah, I was gonna visit with Brandon, make sure we got stuff ready to go for that today and send out an email.
Okay,
Yep, that was the plan, to get that done today.
I was just curious.
Yep. Cause yeah, we'll need to meet here soon. And, something I needed to. Okay.
Hey Michelle, this is Josh here in the boardroom up here in Kossuth County.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Crackly.
Yeah.
Can we invite her to? What if I invited her to my team's meeting?
You're pretty crackly there, Michelle.
Okay. Is it any better?
Are you handy by your computer?
Yep.
You guys good with that if
That's-
I invite her there?
That's
I mean,
fine,
it
that
should be better
sound is usually
audio.
good on there.
Okay.
Why don't you try that?
Let's see.
Kyle's gonna invite you to a Teams meeting.
Okay, see if that is better.
I'm gonna have to grab her email address.
I can give it to you.
I'll have it here in a second, I'll copy and paste it in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's here. Alright, you should be getting a email to join that, and then if you wanna, once you get that, if you wanna drop off the phone, you can join on there.
Okay.
Thanks for printing this off, Dave.
No, Doug did it.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Doug, for printing this off.
You're welcome.
Easier to look at than.
It is easier to look at.
Yeah.
Alright. Did you get that email, Michelle?
I did, it's opening up right now.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna join and hang up, so let's see if this works. Can you hear me?
Oh, it's much
That's
better.
much
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, much better.
Okay.
Can you hear us and see us and everything?
I can.
Perfect.
Thank you for being here this morning, I appreciate that.
Nope,
Yep, no
very
problem.
good.
Luckily, we have technology and we can do these things.
For sure.
Okay, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you guys have the documents in front of you. Kyle, I think you have the spreadsheeted information that I put together.
Yep, we have all
Does
that.
everyone have that document? Okay. So what I did is I left, the two options on there that we had, last time I was up there. And then I added the high deductible health plan and the alternate Alliance Select 2 plan that we named it, where we waived the ER copay. Waiving the ER copay for admission, you know, if you're admitted to the hospital, didn't change the rates. So to me, I mean, that completely makes sense. I mean, to do that, that way you're not penalizing somebody that really did need to go to the ER. So you're waiving that copay. Looking through the high deductible health plan, like we talked about, it is an embedded plan. Meaning, if one person on that plan meets the $3,300 deductible and out of pocket, then they have 100% coverage for the rest of their benefit period. Unlike non-embedded, where one person could meet the entire family deductible. Now again, not everyone on the plan has to meet that $3,300. So if there are 4 people on a family contract and one person meets the $3,300 and another person meets $3,000, well, there's only $300 left for those other 2 people to meet. So you don't have to meet the single if there isn't, you know, if that would reach over the $6,600 for the out-of-pocket max for the family. So what I did on that, I mean, those plans are pretty straightforward. You have the single and family deductible and out-of-pocket max. We left those the same. We didn't have a separate out-of-pocket max from the deductible. It's just kind of easier that way. That's what, you know, most people are used to. We did the two-way rates again, and that's about $100 less for a single rate. Again, these are suggested rates. And we're about $250 less for a family. Let me do my math here. And $230 for the family. And you know what it's doing, and again, those are just suggested rates, as you guys know. So your fees aren't going to change. So that whole change is based on claims expectations by having the members have a higher percentage of responsibility for their claims because of the deductible and out-of-pocket max. You guys have any questions on how the high deductible plan works?
I'm sorry, Michelle, I was not here on the 28th when you were talking about some of this stuff, so I'm sorry if I'm being redundant, but can you explain something to me? So if they go with a high deductible plan, for those that want it, I've been told that that's also gonna change the deductible for those people that are sticking with the original plan, is that correct?
That's really the board's decision, not mine.
What Michelle had presented to us last time was that if we were to offer a high deductible plan to incentivize that, making that change to a current plan,
The same deductibles?
to a higher deductible with the current plan. That's probably where you're going with that.
But doesn't that punish those of us that choose not to go in a high deductible plan? What's the purpose of that?
It's making, I mean, I think there's no other way to put it, is you're making the current plan worse to incentivize a high deductible plan. I mean, is that not?
So have you guys talked to employees to decide how many people are even interested in a high deductible plan? Is there even any interest?
I have visited with employees, yeah.
So I guess my point of this is,
Several.
if you're gonna increase deductibles for everybody based on a plan you don't even know if anybody's interested in, how does that make any sense?
I don't remember us talking about increasing the deductible beyond what this line select to. I don't remember us talking about going to 3,300, 6,600.
33 and 66 is a high deductible
I understand that.
option.
But didn't somebody just indicate that they thought all the deductibles were going to that?
They're not.
Carter, isn't that what I know that, isn't that what you just said though?
But that's what we were talking about last time, is the current plan would have a higher deductible if we were gonna offer a high deductible plan option.
The
Right.
change,
If you wouldn't,
go ahead, Michelle.
but correct, it wouldn't go, sorry about that, Kyle.
You're good.
It wouldn't go, to the 3,300, 6,600, it would go to the 2,400.
Right.
It would go from, like, if you're looking at this Excel sheet, it would go from the Alliance Select, which is labeled the current plan, to the Alliance Select 2, which would increase deductible and out-of-pocket max.
But why would you wanna do that?
It would, and Michelle, you wanna repeat what you kinda talked about last week in that regard?
Yeah, yep, you bet. So, first of all, offering the high deductible plan, part of that offering and part of, and board, please correct me if I'm wrong, but part of this mindset of offering that is to save the county money, claims dollars. So that's kind of where that came from. Then in pairing high deductible plan with a form of your current plan, if you offered, and the minimum, and just so you are aware, just repeating what we talked about last time, there's the federal government states there's a minimum single and a minimum family out of pocket. And that's what these are. So the 3,300 single, the 6,600 family, is the 3,300 single is a minimum that you have to have on your high deductible health plan. So we cannot offer a high deductible health plan that would be closer to your current Alliance Select plan deductibles. So in offering the 3,300, 6,600 plan, if we pair that with your current plan of 1,000, 2,000 deductible, the family out of pocket on your current plan is lower than the single deductible on a high deductible health plan. So the discussion was, there's really no reason why anyone would take a high deductible health plan. So in order to balance out the plan offerings to members, it was discussed to increase the deductible and out of pocket so that the single out of pocket for your Alliance Select 2 plan would be $4,000, which is more than the single out-of-pocket on a high deductible health plan. So that makes the plans more equal. Now, how those are priced to employees is a board decision. And I know I'm repeating some of this from last week, but just for the benefit of the people that weren't there. So that's really up to the board on how they're going to price that, and if there's going to be contributions, you know, based on the savings of the high deductible health plan, et cetera. But that's why that was discussed.
Why is there no copay on the high deductible plan?
Because it is strictly, like, if you go back to, think about it like car insurance. On your car insurance, you have to pay your deductible before you have any benefits. That's what this is.
Okay.
And then once you pay your deductible, everything is covered at 100%. So that's why you don't see co-insurance either.
Okay.
We do have a question real quick. Kenzie, did you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, so, from listening, so there's two options, you have the high deductible or modify the one we current have to change those deductibles and increase those, am I understanding that correct? Is that kind of what's?
That's how I
Okay.
understand.
How I understand
So my
it.
question is with that, if we have a choice, and then I get what Tammy was saying, why would anyone choose the high deductible? And so that's where I guess I'm just wanting to understand it. And then my next question is if you're gonna give an option to choose between what we current have or a new deductible, if that takes place, you know, July 1st, my main question I wanted to come up here and ask is our deductible restarting then July 1? To me, that's a huge thing I need to know. And that's where I wanna get to eventually. So I don't know how to explain that. so.
Deductibles are on
Calendar year. So at whatever, when come July 1st, say you have $1,000 deductible, if you've used, met that deductible, and then your deductible gets changed to 2,000 come July 1st, then you're responsible for up to that difference, for the remainder of the calendar year. Is
So
that correct?
essentially, if you've met your deductible and you guys, and it gets changed July 1st, so you've met your deductible, you would technically have it then, cause it's gonna, if it gets changed, you still have to keep going to meet your deductible.
You're correct, yep.
Okay.
And that is one of the issues with that being on a calendar year cycle versus fiscal year. But as far as the timing of making a decision, we did talk about this last week and previously. We can offer a special open enrollment period where people could change from the current structure to a high deductible option, more in the fall timeline where that would be effective for the new calendar year. So there would be, could potentially two plan options, but also two options of signing up and making your elections. Like you normally have just open enrollment once, we would be able to offer a special open enrollment a second time.
Only if you want the high deductible plan.
If you wanted to change plans.
Correct. But again, I think that's what the board needs to decide is, I really don't, I mean, it's fine exploring options and everything, but, and high deductible plan options and whatever, but if we're not changing anything with the current plan, there's really no sense in pursuing that, just cause I don't see what the incentive is to switch.
Right.
I mean,
I agree.
Well, unless you offer us zero, if we take the high plan at no cost to us. Right. I mean, right now,
sure,
I pay $250, if I go the higher plan and I pay nothing, then it's an incentive.
Sure.
Possibly, I mean, if you do.
Yep, nope, it's a good point, Billy.
And that is all things that we would internally be able to offer depending on what plans we have on the table. So, yeah, that is open for discussion.
Okay.
The other thing and I've talked about a lot, but the other option with high deductible, you have the eligibility for an HSA, and part of that conversation is whether we contribute to that HSA on the employer's behalf. So whether you're paying less premium or whether you're getting some money in an HSA, to some degree those could potentially offset, but you have to have the plan as an option before you even go down those next steps of discussion. so. It's all kind of interconnected, but yeah.
I have a question just to understand, so the 6,600 at the family plan, if one person has to get to meets that full deductible? Or that's all three of us together for the
No.
single plan? Can you explain that to me again?
Her example before was, I think she used 4 people, but
Okay.
say you had 4 people, one person hits their single deductible of 3,300, the next person spends 3,000, say it's a husband and wife.
Right.
Then if your kid has something that happens, you only have $300 left to meet, and then your family deductible is covered. And that's one of the things we talked about last week of embedded versus non-embedded plans. And Michelle, chime in if I'm wrong on any of this, but the difference between embedded and non-embedded plans is you also have the individual single deductible kind of as well in the family plan where one person would be capped at 3,300. Where if you had a family of, say you had a family of 2, you both could hypothetically need that to max out your deductible if you're on an embedded plan, but if you're on a non-embedded plan, one person could max out your deductible instead of 2. So it's kind of an extra layer of protection having an embedded plan versus non-embedded.
But according to
Splits
this,
out the risk.
sorry to interrupt, according to this worksheet, the plan we currently have is embedded.
The one she priced for a high deductible is embedded and.
No, I mean the
No, our
current
current
one,
plan.
the current one we have, according to the spreadsheet, says it's embedded.
Right,
Yeah,
so
and-
a
So-
non-embedded plan would be would totally, you'd have to go to 6,600 to.
And that's what we talked about that last week, that to keep as one of the other comparable factors. And it was really in regards to the minimum thresholds that qualify for the HSA as well, because if you do a quick Google search, the minimum thresholds for that is listed for non-embedded plans. And that minimum is 1,600 or whatever, so.
Yeah, 1650.
Yeah, 1,650, so if you're comparing what we currently have to a comparable, also embedded, but having a high deductible option, that's where the thresholds for dollar minimums are higher for embedded plans. And that's where the 33 and 66 come into play. To still be eligible for an HSA. Anything you wanna add or clarify on that, Michelle?
You're correct.
Okay, I tried to hit it as good as I could.
Has there ever been any discussion on, like, say you've got a family of 6 and you've got a family of 2, husband and wife, I mean, we're all paying, it's the same, that's,
Yep.
I mean, 2 or 4
And that
or
was,
something?
that was one of the things we did discuss, we didn't, we don't have rates for that on these, I don't think, but there are 2-way rates versus 4-way rates, and the 4-way would be, or I think Michelle said there's even 3-way rates. But we could have single, family, employee plus children, or employee plus spouse as different options. And really, at the end of the day, for like what we're looking at, one of the bottom line figures, our plan total costs stay the same, but then if we went to 3-way or 4-way rates, Wellmark would have a suggestion on where those costs get distributed, as far as whether it's a full family or an employee plus spouse, or employee plus kids, or whatever. It breaks out into the same things, but it's the same total dollars, so that was likely discussed, but we didn't talk about pursuing those rates.
There are some 4-way rates listed on that spreadsheet under the Alliance Select 2 plan, where it says increased deductible and OPM. So you can just see the difference in those rates, they're at the very bottom. So the single, like suggested rate went from 928.
Oh, yeah, under the far bottom.
Yeah, to 904, but the family rate goes from 2321 to 2722, and then the employee spouse and the employee child or children rates are in between those two.
Okay.
I think you have the rate sheet on that also. It is OBS number 73921-62.
This one.
There it is. It's the one
You'll
that's
see at
not,
the bottom, it has four-way rates.
yeah, but it's the
Yeah.
one that's not stapled together here.
Okay, yep.
Can you explain the copay thing again on the newer high deductible one? Like how those work and stuff?
So there's not
Is there a change from our
copays.
current
There's not copays actually listed because it'd be, I don't know if it'd be a little bit more like an actual deductible where you just hit your deductible and then it's 100% paid from there. And one thing to note, Michelle's mentioned it how many times to us, but preventative care is still covered at 100%.
Yes, correct, on a high deductible health plan.
Does high deductible have any changes in prescriptions?
I don't think we changed that at all.
I don't think.
But everything
Michelle.
would still go towards your deductible and out of pocket before you had coverage.
It's gonna change prescriptions up to.
Yeah.
There's no copay.
Up to that,
There's no copay, you pay
Yeah.
you pay it.
because everything goes to the deductible,
So you
Yeah.
pay the full price of the prescription?
until you hit the deductible.
You pay everything up until you get to that
Correct.
So that is a huge change in prescriptions then,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
100%,
yeah.
yeah.
But
There's
again,
no
just,
copay for.
For prescriptions, it's gonna go to your deductible, but you're gonna be paying the whole pace till you meet your deductible.
but again, just because that doesn't appeal to a certain individual, doesn't mean it doesn't appeal to somebody that might be younger, healthier, doesn't do prescriptions. It could appeal. Tammy says, you know, have you talked to employees? No, but we haven't settled on a plan yet either, and then you gotta understand what it is to see if it appeals to you too. It's very possible if you have a lot of prescriptions, the high deductible is not gonna appeal to you, but if you don't, that takes that out of the equation. My personal experience, you know, we did not have any prescription drugs to speak of until the last 5 years, and it wasn't an issue, and we had a plan, I don't know how long, 10 years ago, 20, I don't know, it was $5,700 and we had to pay the whole thing. And when you paid the $5,700, you were done with everything. There was no copay, there's different aspects to it that you gotta figure that are gonna apply to different people. Nobody's trying to shove it down anybody's throat, it's just an option. And throw that option in there, you start building with when I had that $5,700 one, that wasn't at a time where it was considered a high deductible plan and we couldn't fund, or I don't remember that we could fund an HSA account. But now, you know, if it came around to where there was help with funding an HSA account, or a health savings account period, excuse me, for, you know, that adds to the appeal, or it may not do a thing for you. Okay, enough of that.
Cinnamon, do you have a question?
So I apologize, I'm a little late to the party here, but, what I'm hearing is that we're gonna have a choice. Is that correct? Okay.
Unless a
Yeah,
certain.
you don't have to go to the high deductible.
Unless a certain number of people, it takes a certain, like 15, did I read, it takes 15 people?
I thought
We have
10%.
to have 10, which it's either 10 or 10%, and the numbers are pretty close for us. But we have to
Right.
have that many, on the plan, like is it at the end of the first year to maintain that offering going forward?
Yeah, typically, I mean, if you were at 9, you know, I mean, there's a little bit of flexibility, but yeah, typically, you know, they want 10 people or 10% in the plan, each plan offering to maintain that plan offering.
Sorry, Bailey, just a second. Just to clarify on Cinnamon's question, yes, they will have a choice, but if you do high deductible, there's still gonna be a change in the plan, cause it's gonna go to that select two, which still has higher deductibles, am I correct?
Maybe, that's what.
Yeah.
Okay, that, yeah.
So you will have a choice, but you're still possibly seeing higher deductibles, correct?
Depending on what the board decides,
Yeah.
And I think what, not me, but I think has been said is that you have to give more, raise the deductible of the other to make it an incentive for people to wanna do the high deductible plan. So that's why that's being explored.
Yep.
If
That's why-
I'm saying that correctly.
yeah. And that's why I said there's no sense in exploring the high deductible if you're not. I mean, it just, what is there to incentivize? So you gotta find some way to incentivize another plan if you want 10 people to go to it. You know?
So that
And-
would, something
and-
like cutting the premium.
Yeah, I
Correct.
mean.
Correct, like what
and
Billy's saying.
to that comment before, I mean, that's an option and discussion we have as a board after we settle on which plan or which
Right.
variation are we going to look at. Then you look at what options and how does that translate to what employees could choose from and where those numbers break down. And until we actually say these are the plans we're gonna offer, we can't even have that conversation really.
So, you have to have at least
Oh,
10
big.
people on this high deductible plan to keep this high deductible plan active. And then you also have to agree to raise our deductible on this Alliance Select 2, because that's the plan, we're not sticking with the Alliance Select if we choose the high deductible. So say you don't get 10 people who want this high deductible plan, nobody says, that's pretty cool, I'm gonna take it. So now we've already decided everybody's gonna get a Alliance Select 2, everybody's deductible is going up regardless of, you know, and it's gonna just stay that way to save, I think the words were attempting to save the county money for claim amount. But if you look at annual costs under estimated suggested rates, expected claims fees, that annual from Alliance Select 1 and Alliance Select 2 is $152,000 annually. So we're doing this to save $152,000 annually? I mean, to me, it's just not adding up. I appreciate my employees, I want my employees to stay, but when we're throwing these stupid numbers at them saying, sorry, you already paying $250 from last year, now we're gonna raise your deductible and take more money from you out of your pocket for healthcare. They don't see the appreciation anymore. I like the people I work with, I want them to feel valued, but they don't feel valued when they keep getting these numbers for $152,000. I mean, that's just how I see it.
Appreciate your comment, Bailey, yeah, the board hasn't decided anything here, this is, I mean, we're discussing.
Yeah,
So-
why did this come up in the first place? Why are you making this? Doug did a ton of research, he's done so much for us with insurance. Wonderful job, we're self-funded, we all try to do our best, you know, trying to stay healthy, I wanna stay away from the doctor as much as possible. I've not abused our healthcare program whatsoever. And then, now all of a sudden you come up with these big plans to save what? You know, and then you're making this Wellmark lady, she's done so much research and we keep talking, oh, we do this, we do this. For what? Why are you messing with it?
And if claims are high, a lot of it are knee replacements or hip surgeries or back surgeries. I mean, those are things that people have suffered for probably a couple of years. It's not just something they decided tomorrow I'm gonna go have this surgery. Those are things that are gonna be done, and those young 20-somethings that might come in to work here may not need the medication, but what if 10 years down the road they're diabetic, they're this, then they're gonna find other things. So I agree with what these guys are saying. If you look at the claims, like, you know, if somebody gets cancer, they can't help it. That's what we have insurance for, but it's just really, the stress that this is all causing a lot of people, it's rough, and I'm just really I'm really concerned as well.
Michelle, didn't you say the first time you came to see us how impressed you were with how well our employees do by doing online appointments, not going to the doctor every time? Weren't our numbers just wonderful where that is?
In-network utilization.
I think you said that we should be proud of that. This does not look like you.
In-network utilization, absolutely, everybody is going, I mean, it was 99 point something percent of everybody using in-network doctors, that's great. And what that means is people are saving as much as they can, by utilizing in-network doctors. So absolutely, that's great. I think these numbers have just been explored, there's just different options. I think the board is just trying to make sure, and again, board, please correct me if I'm speaking out of turn, but you're making sure that the health plan stays, for lack of a better term, financially healthy. So, you're not dipping into, any reserves, making sure that, the claims are, that you're able to maintain your self-funded status and, pay those claims when people do have, those large claims. I think that's, where the research was coming from. The high deductible health plan has been talked about for at least 2 or 3 years that I've been involved in it, just as an option. So I think that's where that's coming from. But yes, everybody's, utilizing in-network, you're completely correct from that standpoint.
Well, I think the message of the room, and also people who aren't in this room that I have talked to, is the employees are upset because it does seem like there is not stability, and there's a lot of change all the time, instead of, hey, let's focus on this change and let's just figure this out. Okay, we gotta pay $250, now we're changing it again. And honestly, they haven't even known about the previous change for even a year yet, because that was just kind of dropped in their lap. And I think I'm gonna say it, I don't like the direction that we're going. Maybe this isn't the time for the conversation, but I don't. I feel that we have really created employment that is not stable, and people that don't wanna stay here. And that has happened over the last few years. Wasn't my experience before. I will say that, and I'm a little bit disheartened at the direction that we are going, and that it's not a bigger priority for us to try and figure out how we can maintain our employees. That should mean something. I think I said it at the Farm Bureau meeting, is the biggest thing is our balance. The hardest thing to figure out is our balance. We have a responsibility as an employer to take care of our employees, regardless. We also have a responsibility to the taxpayers to try and keep things to a point where they're not upset. It's a tough balance, but I think like I said before, the biggest message of the room, and people not even in this room who have spoke out to me, is too much change, too fast. We don't like it, maybe we should listen.
And I've said before too, Amber, I appreciate the sentiment there, and said to people, exactly what you're saying is, just took effect 7-8 months ago.
Yeah.
For changes, and I'm all for exploring options, looking into high deductible plans. I mean, it's all new to me. It's good to know the options, it's good to know the information, but where I'm at today is I would rather see where the changes that we've made previously end us up, and if there's a problem, okay, then we have the conversation. But if it's something we can maintain, if the fund balance can still remain healthy and self-insurance fund, I mean, I'd rather leave things just the way they are for this year at least. That's just where I'm at.
I would agree with that, it's just too much change too fast.
Again, good to look at options, but that,
It's okay to, like you say, explore that and put it out there that, hey, we looked at these options. Because I think it's important too, as, you know, as employees, as they know, we're kinda up against some stuff too. You know, as far as stuff with legislature, and we're trying to figure out, okay, how are we gonna pay everybody? How are we gonna give raises? How are we gonna do this? With all the limitations that are placed on us, you know, that are out of our control. So, I mean, that's a tough thing, and I think it is great to see the numbers, but I think it's just too much change too fast.
Well, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I think if we actually implement a high deductible plan, and whether that's a reduction in premium that the employees could see, or whether that's a contribution to a HSA, I think it's our duty to, put options on the table, and actually, depending on your situation, and yes, it varies for everyone, like Howard had said before, but depending on your situation, by implementing a high deductible plan, we could actually be giving a new benefit for the same or reduced price tag. And that is variable between the employees, but it gives the employee at that point, more direct control over the dollars that are going towards their healthcare. And I used the example multiple times last year of Algona schools. They're also using tax dollars to fund what they're doing. They have 3 plan offerings. They have their base, they have a lower dollar high deductible, and a higher dollar high deductible. And all of those, in the end, correlate to the same cost to the entity, as regardless of which plan is chosen by the employee. And I think if we structure it similar to that, it could be a new benefit to people. But at the same token, I mean, it was brought up before of it's $150,000 from the current plan we have with renewal rates versus the Alliance Select 2, but it's a $441,000 difference from the current plan to the high deductible option. So 15% roughly on the bottom line on a $3 million expense is a big deal. I guess I'll just leave it at that for now, but that's not a small token in our budget, and our
Well, and that's if
general
we have enough people to move to the high deductible, that's the other
Right,
caveat too, is we may not see those savings if not enough people move to the high deductible plan, so there's.
That is
that.
part of that, but
Yeah.
it is a comparison aspect.
And I would agree, Kyle, options are always good.
Yep.
Everybody likes, you go to Subway, you get options, everybody likes options. But, as Amber said, it may be too soon for options. Keep looking, keep doing homework, keep, you know, I totally missed this, but I've been out on medical leave for a while, so. And new hips, by the way, are fabulous, just as Shara mentioned, it was 3 years of messing with it, and it is the best thing I ever did. So thank you for offering me insurance to get this done, I appreciate that, I really do. But like I said, I think people are still, like you said, trying to get our heads around what happened in April. Not even a year ago, it just all of a sudden, 250, this, you know, but keep exploring options, cause I would agree, options are great.
But his mind's already made up.
Right.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
Everyone has the right to an opinion on the board.
But he's one person,
Yeah.
Right.
he's one person.
But he has influence.
Yeah.
Everyone on the board has the right to an opinion on the board.
In all reality,
Yeah.
We're getting punished for being Kossuth County employees.
But the board needs to discuss here what direction we're gonna go to, yeah.
I just have a random question, so the health trust revolving account or whatever that the claims at the end of the year go to, what has it been like the last 2 years? Are we over? Are we under? Has it been staying the same? Can someone give us those numbers? I mean, I'm sure on the report, I guess I don't have it, so I apologize, but like, if it's something that you're looking to do as high deductible because we're way over, and by way over, I mean like outrageously over our claims, like at the end of the year.
One bad year.
Correct, and that's what I'm saying, you
Yeah.
can't do that off of one, so that's why I'm curious, the average of whatever.
Well, we do get those numbers, and Kossuth County did experience a bad year, I think it's safe to say that.
Okay.
We could, I mean, yeah, maybe next year will be better, right? We don't know that, wish we did, right? Wish we could say,
Right.
hey, everybody's gonna be healthy, but we did experience a bad year. But still,
And-
as presented,
And the problem with those bad years is that eats at the fund balance for the self-insurance, and the more we eat at that, the more difficult it is to keep self-funded.
But
which
that's
is
what,
why we don't wanna cut our fund balances and
Yeah.
go with the, attitude that, hey, we don't need that fund balance. Yes, we do need that fund balance. That's why we have those fund balances, period. You don't cut those fund balances, you keep paying into them so that you can cover your hind end in the bad years.
But even on here, we're looking for your, self-funded rates. If you go to this next plan, you guys got the exact same amount going back in, so we're not gaining.
What are you comparing to
Yeah,
what?
what are you looking, which sheet are you looking
Second
at?
sheet, self-funded rates. If you, what, the plan we got now, 854,123, and then if you go to the Alliance Select 2, the exact same amount. So what are we gaining there?
They're fixed costs.
Those are what we are being charged, not what we are contributing to our fund.
That's what they're charging?
That's what they're charging us. That's not,
No, that's not what they're charging us, that is what they
Which-
are estimating being our expenses.
oh,
Well, yeah,
that's the expenses, yeah, but when you're talking the fees for stop loss and
There are
pharmacy
pieces,
benefit
yes.
manager and all that, that's their fixed fees they are charging us. That 864, 123, 12 cents that you're talking being the same all the way across, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle, can you talk about that section on the spreadsheet? Right here.
under fees.
So those are the fixed fees, so
right here.
there's an individual stop loss fee. So to make sure that if you have $1 million claimant, your fund isn't responsible for the $1 million. So really what you're doing is, again, it's insurance. That's the part of your insurance as being self-funded. You still have insurance. So you're buying an individual stop loss limit, you're buying an aggregate stop loss limit. So you have your fees, you have to pay to access the network, you have to pay to, have access to, and by paying to access the network, that's those, the, negotiated discounts that Wellmark is providing to your members. And again, they're utilizing that, so it's, very good use of your dollars. Paying a PBM fee, so again, accessing our pharmacy benefit manager, which means our network of pharmacies, to access the discounts that we've negotiated on prescription drugs. So all of those fees are fixed. That's part of being self-funded. You're still paying to be and access Wellmark's network and Wellmark's discounts. So those will not change. Those don't change depending on your plan design. What changes depending on your plan design are your claim costs. And that's where you see that bottom line change where it says annual costs, because in that are the fees, the fixed fees, and the expected claims. So that's where your savings is on the claims, not on the fixed fees. So that's always going to maintain the same.
Real quick, Tom, yeah.
Do you have any statistics on how old are these people? How many of them are gonna go on Medicare next year? 5 years. Cause that changes everything, once they go on there, you're done.
Yeah. I don't think we can even talk about that.
Why not? That's very important, if you have people that are 60 years old or 62.
Michelle, can you touch on that question? They don't.
Then they're not gonna have your insurance anymore.
They don't have to go on Medicare just because they reach a certain age.
Yeah, you do, you actually do.
No.
Yeah, because you have nothing, you don't have to pay Part B, you go on Part A, it's free. So you sign up for that as soon as you can.
But
and stuff.
Right.
So that makes a difference.
It might make a difference, but that's a forever changing thing every single year, and so you can't
Yes.
really base it upon that, because you're gonna have somebody.
Right.
Yeah, you might lose somebody who's 65, but you might gain somebody who's 21.
Yes.
So it's not, it's
But there
kind of
again-
an ever-changing thing.
Right, and then there again, you're part of people getting older and having more claims, just like Howard, all of a sudden we have prescriptions. Well, all of a sudden you have 20 and 30-year-olds, those go away. So you're not paying for them.
But need to know the sentiment of the board as far as moving forward today. Are we going to, is it the desire to move forward and try and implement a new plan, or is it desire to leave things as they are? I mean, because otherwise there's no sense in sitting here all day having discussion.
I guess the last thing I'll really say is, in comparison to what other businesses, people in the county that don't have a certain employer or whatever, when you're comparing to, even as Michelle has talked with their benchmark plans of groups our size, we are not even close to the benchmark, and I guess I see that as something that should have been addressed gradually a long time ago, but those outside of our organization see that as a comparison. I mean, it's, to me, the change we made last year, while yes, I understand some of the concerns, we were at record low deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes, so even though they doubled changes that others would have entailed or been on the receiving end for, could have had substantially higher dollar changes than a $500 increase to single deductible. We're not even close to the benchmark here, and I guess that's is and has been an ongoing issue cost-wise.
So I think I have a pretty good idea where Kyle and Amber are at. I guess Howard, and as far as, you know, whether or not to move forward with this or that. Josh, and I haven't really heard much out of you as far as where you're feeling the board should go today.
Well, my concern is with that fund balance, you know, if we keep with I'm not for making drastic changes again, considering we did last year, and, you know, in the aspect of not making major changes, I think we should stick with the same, but I am just concerned that our fund balance in the insurance fund is not going to maintain that for very long unless we increase our contribution to that, which thus then
Which we did
increases.
already, correct?
We
We've already
did,
budgeted to
but
increase.
is that 15% enough to cover what our current plan is?
Doug, that
That's-
day, didn't you say that you were comfortable with that for this year, with that increase? I'm not saying that,
With
with
the
what,
plan that was
yes,
discussed.
yes,
And that's granted that we stay, you know, close to what the claims are expected to be, you know, if we have another bad year, what's that gonna look like to our fund balance next year, you know?
Nobody can
are we
predict
gonna
that though, yeah.
Yeah, so, but as far as this year, I think we did make, you know, drastic changes last year, and I'd like to see us kinda stay level on that and see where it gets us.
I think that if there is a problem with our fund balance, which I think Doug always has a spreadsheet that he has brought up and he can show us, okay, if we have this kind of a year, here's what we're looking at. And I always appreciated that information. But the point of that being is if we're comfortable that we can get through this year, but we are seeing, I think we communicate to the employees, we're seeing some changes and seeing some issues that we have. I think the best thing we can do is include them in on a conversation. I don't know how to do that with all of the different departments and how we do that, but I think to explain, hey, we really need to seriously look at a change because we can't afford the direction that we're going, but we wanna include you in on that conversation so you have a year's notice. Hey, this is what we're talking about. You know, instead of the way things have happened in the past, I think it's important that we maintain that communication so we don't surprise anyone. And honestly, in the effort of, the employees have pocketbooks too. So do the taxpayers, so do us. We all do. We gotta balance it and look at it that way and try and find a happy medium where we're satisfying everything. I just think that communication and not all of a sudden, okay, July 1, this is changing. That's still fast considering we just had a huge change. There, I'm done. Not talking anymore.
Says every woman.
I said enough. I said enough and I'm probably repeating myself and
Howard, any further thoughts?
Yeah, I'd be better off to shut up. The things that aren't gonna go away, whether the change in mid-year, that's not gonna go away. The only way that doesn't go away, or the only way that goes away is if you just stay where you are. I don't know, I'm not certain I understand what the big complaint is. The big complaint isn't that we're offering a high deductible plan, or would like to offer a high deductible plan, or might offer a high deductible plan. The major concern here is we're talking about, even if we don't offer a high deductible plan, is that we're thinking of doubling the deductible and the out-of-pocket maximum. That's what I'm hearing. It's not important, but I thought I heard somebody say that Kyle's influencing us all. I didn't appreciate that personally. If people don't hear about things you don't like. Tammy mentioned something that Michelle had said when she was here that was no doubt correct. Michelle also mentioned when she was here that the plan you're on is one hell of a plan and she would love to be on it. She works for the insurance company and would love to be on the plan that we're currently offering. That's because it's good. It's very good.
So that should be something you're proud to offer your employees. If you're proud of your employees and proud of the county, that should be something that you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that you should say, this is what we're doing for you because we appreciate the work you do.
Let's have Howard finish his thought.
I'm sorry.
A change was made, I mean, if I say a year ago, you're gonna say it hasn't been a year. A change was made, I think was effective July 1st of 24, and if any other changes were made to be July 1st, 25. So a change was made a year ago. Let us get used to the idea. I believe the employees of the county are equal to or better than everybody else out there, and there's no getting used to the plan. That things move on, and employers trust that their employees can understand something like this. I'm not hell-bent on increasing anything. but you gotta recognize that the world is changing around you, and for you to stay in your own comfort, safe zone, and that's the only way we appreciate you, I don't think that's fair. The insurance is gonna go up, 15, if that's accurate, 15%, of, you know, on $2,200 a month, or whatever it comes out to a year, 15% on $2,200 a month for a family plan is $330 a month, is whatever it works out a year, and then divide that by your hourly work, the hours, you know, it's significant, and I appreciate that it's always been there, and it's always been free, and things have changed. I would, my position would be, as far as how the 5 of us are thinking, and whether it's worth, it appears to me that 3 of us are thinking we better stay where we are. I would tell you that I think we should explore, because you're gonna, sometime, my position would be that I would be in favor of exploring a change. I'll stop there. Again, if we have a vote, seems like we have a vote right now, what's gonna be 3-2?
I think what's gonna be important, really most of all too, is that the board be on the same page on where we're gonna go with it too. And all of us understand this is the direction we wanna go. I'm not sure that we're there. As far as what we want to offer, how we want that to look, I think that's a conversation that can continue. But as far as today's purpose for our budget, what I'm hearing is continue the conversation, but no change today. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think one of the things that's difficult, and I don't blame any employee who would say this, but I think it's difficult to even wrap your head around what might be on the table when we can't even get to the point of deciding what plans we're going to offer and really what that end product looks like. I mean, Wellmark has suggested rates, but we've never followed their suggested rates. It's been a reduction of that in some regards, and whether you do a percentage reduction or whatever, the rates that they suggest are not what we put into our fund, they're not what we charge employees. When we talked about a 15% increase to health insurance premium, we didn't talk about anything for an increase for employee contributions. And I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying, the only thing we talked about was increasing the tax bill. And I guess at some point, I mean, whether you talk about how it's factored into the wage or whatnot, different people put different values on that, but if we can't even figure out which plans we're going to offer, it makes it difficult or I think it makes it more difficult for any employee to wrap their head around what options might be on the table. Because really, until we have a product that we're gonna say, here's your options to choose from, how can you make a decision? How can you make an educated decision in any regard? I don't know.
Exploring is good.
It is.
Exploring is good, because there are other, you know, in going to these meetings, talking to the other counties, how they do it, you know, there are different ways of doing this, it's just what direction we wanna take it. There's no doubt that we've experienced change and we may have to experience more change. How we go about it is one thing, I just think that was a lot of change, I'm not gonna keep repeating that, but how we go about that is the important thing. I think you have employees here that are, you know, really standing up for themselves, and we should be proud that they come in here and they're like, hey, I like my job, I wanna stay here, but these changes affect my life and others, other people's as well that aren't here. So I think it's important we listen to that. There's no doubt that somewhere down the line, I mean, we've gotta make a change. I think everybody understands how expensive things are getting. And we do have a very, very good health plan. Historically, employees took really small raises to keep that, you know, so there's also been some give on that end as well. And there's different ways to do it without changing the deductible. I mean, okay, So it's like, would you, I'm asking this question, but I'm not really expecting anybody to answer it, but, you know, you could go to, okay, we're gonna change the deductible and hopefully maintain this for a while and be able to keep things stable, or could you do a forever changing, employee contribution where, okay, if it's, not suggesting this, but if it's here and here, the change goes on the employee. I mean, there are some counties that do it that way, so the point of my speaking is, there's other options as well to discuss that we could explore in keeping this as a healthy thing. That's it, again, that's it.
That's all you got to say?
Heard that before.
I know.
And to reiterate what she said earlier, communication.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have the answer either, but if there's just a simple, let's blip all to email to everybody, you know, I believe I understand that I did not receive this information. And again, I've been gone, but you know, if there's a way that just a simple email can go out to people, hey, we are looking at this, we are considering, communication, key. You can't just drop this in people's laps. Even people that are, you know, some of us are sitting obviously in different situations in our lives, but you gotta you gotta talk to us.
Well, and I think that's one of the things we talked about after, and Michelle, feel free to chime in here, but after a direction was decided from the board, that was the next phase of that was going to be communication and education to employees to explain the plan offerings, the mechanics, back and forth. And, I mean, to some degree, you know, I could say a lot of things, but I've already probably said enough.
You're correct, I mean, communication is key, and that's one thing that, you know, once a decision is made, you know, Wilmar and myself, I mean, are here to support that decision, and if it's, you know, I've offered several times that if, you know, it's decided to offer a high deductible health plan, I know a lot of people aren't comfortable with those and they don't completely understand how it works and how it can benefit them and how it affects their certain situation. And I'm happy to come up and sit in an empty office, you know, in a private type setting, so people can come in throughout the day or make an appointment and talk them through it. You know, what's your specific situation? You know, what does it look like today? What did you spend last year? Where can we go? You know, does this plan make sense for you? And help to make sure every individual understands that, because there are people who are not comfortable in a group setting asking questions, and I appreciate that. So, you know, and I think the board does too, you know, and I think they were, you know, very supportive of, yep, you know, we definitely will want to communicate, and that's one of the reasons why, you know, a high deductible health plan wasn't an offering last year, because we didn't have the time to communicate, and we want to make sure everybody understands what they have the opportunity to choose or not to choose. So yes, again, I'm repeating myself, but communication is key when you have any type of, you know, new plan offering.
Well, and I guess Michelle touched on one thing there that I didn't highlight previously. We did talk about this extensively last year, and I guess one of my concerns going forward is the notion of communication or lack of knowledge or lack of information or short timeline, I don't think can be a perpetual reason to delay doing something. I mean, we don't have much else as far as wiggle room. I mean, we get initial quotes in January, we've had multiple conversations about it this year already, but the timeline's not really gonna get any longer. So I guess whether it's a conversation we push off to next year or not, we're probably gonna be sitting in the same room at the same time on the calendar, having the same conversations if that.
I'm not suggesting that,
No.
I'm suggesting that we talk about it now, but maybe don't make the change now.
Right.
And just give them room to say, okay, this is a change we're honestly gonna have to make due to the fund balance. I'm not saying wait until we get the initial rates, we already kinda know how that's gonna go. So we can have education beforehand that, hey guys, next July 1st, you could probably expect this change, we have to go to this. That's where I'm saying, I'm not saying wait until next year at this time. I'm saying have the conversation now, but maybe not the change right now.
Exactly.
But how do you vote or act on something now that you're gonna be applying a whole extra fiscal year behind because we don't have any numbers to base that off of?
We don't, but we could have a general idea. I mean, we could do something, some kind of education. Really, come on, we're not talking about, okay, here's what the dollar amount's gonna be. We're talking about, guys, we have to change the deductible and out of pocket.
I mean,
That conversation, and here's the numbers that we're thinking of, plan accordingly.
Even just the communication of how is this self-funded? Where does that money come from? I'll be honest, I don't know.
in regards to the plan,
In regards to our insurance, if we're a self-funded insurance, where does that money
comes
that
from the
allows it, you know,
The
how do we get there? How, you know, just some of that kind of communication with people. Cause if you're telling me it's, everything comes from point B, I'm gonna be like, oh, well, that might suck, because that could affect my overall taxes, or, you know, or whatever the case is.
Well,
Just some of
yeah.
that information to people is very helpful.
and ultimately, the goal is where we have a healthy fund balance, so if we do see a change, we can still raise our rates without raising the insurance, the levy that goes towards that.
Right.
You know, ultimately, that's the goal. That's kind of why some of these discussions are happening, because, okay, guys, we've gotta look at this, because we've taken some hits, we really gotta look at it, this change. So that we don't have to do that, because, you know, nobody wants to pay more taxes, but realistically,
Yeah.
that will happen.
And I guess my thing, I wanna add a personal thing, so on the fact where Amber said, you know, give us time to realize it, you know, let's say, okay, we do the high deductible, let's say next fiscal year, not this January, or not this July, next July, hey, we have to make changes, your deductible's gonna go up, this is what you planned for. You start doing that this July, okay? If you have stuff you're already planning to do this year, and personally, if you need to meet a deductible, and now in July it's gonna go up again, there's some stuff that people might be needing to get done that they can't anymore, and that is a big deal. You know, but if you give them time and say, hey, starting this year, your deductible is gonna go up to this is what it is, I don't think that, I personally don't think that even a 6-month time is enough time to give someone advance notice that it's gonna change.
Could that education with Wellmark happen before the change? Does it have to be after we say, oh, we're changing this? Could it be before to explain, hey, Wellmark's gonna be here, here's the direction we are really thinking of going. If you'd like to meet with them and see what that looks like for yourself and your family, here's when they will be there.
I think that'd be nice,
Mission.
not just for the employees, but for you guys too, so you can know, yeah, we're gonna get the 10 people.
Yes.
Because now we have an education, myself, I'll speak for myself. I would be I have a young family, we're healthy, I'd be interested in looking at it, but I'm naive to what it all entails, you know, I'd like to see how it would work with me personally before it's sprung on us, and now, okay, now you have to make a choice, but you don't know anything about it until, you know, give me the year, I'll visit with Michelle if she's here, I'd love to have a visit and have her look at my stuff and go through it first. But give the time so that I can be your person if, you know, I would like that.
well, and that's why I specifically talked about a special open enrollment period before, because if we had a direction on what plans we were offering today, you could have 9 months to have those conversations and ask those questions, and maybe a year sounds better, but, I mean, that's still a lot more time than we were having as a conversation previously. I mean, everyone was thinking it was a July 1 thing, and you're only having 2 months to deal with it. We do have options on the table that can give more time for education and communication.
But it's
So-
after the decision's
I was gonna say,
made to
since you're
change.
doing the open enrollment though, you're still gonna do the Alliance Select 2 choice instead of what we currently have, right?
That's what had been recommended,
So
yeah.
deductible's going up again, no matter what.
So it would already
Yeah,
be decided, hence
I
my
just-
point to wait.
To my point, I think it still would be this is just my preference, but keep it the same this year. Let's communicate as a whole, as a county, and then educate, and this is what's happening next year, just so you guys know. Time to prepare, time to educate. That's my 2 cents. I've put a lot of 2 cents in these 2 cents.
I know.
The board and employees have to know the why, and the why doesn't get answered overnight.
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be a rush, I mean, when we keep talking about what happened last year, it was like a 2.5 month, here you're gonna pay $250 a month now, and it affects everybody differently, so, I mean, why rush to get this done now? Let's have the education with the options on whatever you come up with options, communicate as we've said, and then we know which way we wanna go, because who knows if you want this plan or this plan until you know more about them.
Right. I think it would be nice going into a change, knowing that we had interest in the high deductible plan before we actually do it. Because that goes away if we don't have any interest, that. I think there might be interest in it, I really do.
If we understand it.
If you understand it.
Yeah, if we understand it.
I think it'll be a better sell, I don't know if sell's the right word, but I think it'll be a better sell if people understand it first. And then know, okay, yeah, I guess that'd be good for my family, so.
Okay. Again, am I hearing that for this year's budget? I mean, we've only got this on to be for discussion today. We don't have a discussion decision, so.
Right, well, kind of, we need to talk about it during the budget workshop as far as what our fund balance looks
Yep.
like in that, and, Doug, are you gonna present that spreadsheet to us at any time, or?
I can,
You know,
whatever
that
the board
shows-
would desire, sure.
I mean, I like to see that, it's very helpful, so I think that we need to do that with the numbers that we've kind of said. And see what that looks like so that we can base, our decision on that information of what it actually does look like for us.
Yep. Okay. A lot of this,
Say goodbye to Michelle.
oh, yeah, Michelle, are you still on there?
I'm here,
Okay, well, I think,
I'm just in case you need me.
yeah, appreciate you being here today.
Thank you for all your work that you've done for our options.
Yes.
Thank you, Michelle.
Welcome, I'm happy to help and do whatever I can to aid in your decision making, I know it's tough.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that'll conclude our discussion for today until we look at our fund balance and things during budget discussions.
If you need anything additional from me, you know how to reach out, or, just have Doug reach out to me and I'll be happy to help.
Very good, thanks, Michelle.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day. Okay. Well, it is 12:18. If we're gonna have budget discussions today, then we'll have to come back after lunch. What
I think
time?
we do have some that we need to go over, so,
Yep.
and
Yep,
an effort to.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
We'll come back after
no,
lunch, so.
we'll come back, what time, can we?
1:15?
1:15, 1:30, yeah, 1:30.
1:30?
Alright,
Yeah.
1:30 it is.